recap. One hell of a session. The Herald attack commenced on Borcliff. All of you were caught in the middle of it, and clearly some of you were the targets of it. For the mix of sleep toxins, a ambush of both Herald, normal common guard, all unawakened and strapped with detonators for after death chaos, and the inclusion of Calamity and Amos Veridin, you all ended up having a fight for your lives. Kipley slumped unconscious, and Mustang, put to sleep, was dragged away. Party was split up, and it was looking dire for the most of you. Rictus, nowhere to be seen. A few different transformations and various bits of memory interaction in both the prime material plane, state of dreams, and amongst yourselves as you decided how you're going to handle this, led to a number of rather important events. The primordial spark returned, and in doing so, the devil's shadow was hailed. A new eldritch, or more properly, undead being stepped into the plane of existence. As we found out in Kipley's solo session, she gave up, even though it was only in the flesh, part of her humanity to become the Lich's new daughter of death, taking an aspect of undead power and slaying numerous amounts of heralds that tried to capture her as well. Although it was later on revealed that she was never one of the main targets, but was one of the only ones that fell asleep, so if they could get her, it would be a bonus. Otherwise, Amos Veridin clearly showed that he was A-okay killing you. But didn't get to do so, luckily with Cyrus getting there in time. The Mustang situation going just as good and or bad. Encountering Grace, encountering this kind of pacifist herald general, but also releasing a part of you, or more like another part of you taking over. There was a moment where you heard the name John, and then something helped you in a rather gruesome way as you released Black Lung into a much larger radius than you ever have before and killed roughly 30 to 40 men. All in seconds, all extraordinarily painful. And were left in the smoke-covered waste that ended up being where you were found by your two companions. You were all dragged back into the arena, and eventually we saw Duradon, who had found the Black Blade Clarent, as you would later find out, a kind of strangely vibrating and humming blade of stone and untold and untapped power. Its shape took that of a scythe, a weapon that Duradon had actually not really used before, but felt it was needed in this situation. As Jared pleads to exist, to delete Amos' existence from this plane. And I can see why, because he summoned the woman who ended up eventually killing you. after you had fought for a valiant 8 minutes and 20 seconds. The longest that Calamity has probably ever fought somebody and not dealt a killing blow that lasted. Afterwards, there was a moment where Rupert, broken, injured, but with a modicum of life still within this gem, felt the requirements for him to act were met as Rictus was incapacitated, unconscious, and far enough away that he could attempt to take his own action. Unfortunately, Rupert is not a well thought out piece of machinery. He acts as a steel defender, as a friend, and as a helper to the party, but he is not granted the blessing of character levels, any of their benefits, and most importantly, not that of spell slots. Seeing his friends in danger and realizing there was only one way they were going to live, Rupert sacrificing both a large portion of the crystalline consciousness that keeps him running and gives him life, and giving up his physical form, transformed into the giant crystalline ape that you've all seen only once before, back when you fought Mimic Island, and threw Calamity as far away from you as possible, give you a chance of escape, and to attempt to save you from any more deaths in the party, as Duradon lied bleeding, dead, and surrounded by unlikely, or at least not expected, ally. Shazai made a brief appearance, a bunch of Huggins as well, as they jumped in trying to save a kind of pseudo street legend of Paradise Peak. Not close friends, nor as well acquainted as the bunch of Huggins is with the Six, but still recognizing that one of the do-gooders and someone very competent at their job was fighting something out of their control. They attempted to help in any way they could. However, you also got to see for the first time Calamity. Before she was thrown from the arena, showed her second form, or more like second self, as you saw Ruin, something that she called younger sister, let out a large, almost smoke cloud, this red mist that covered the entirety of the arena and almost touching the tips of Portcliffe's large cavern ceilings. And as it faded, of course, she did too, as she was thrown thousands of feet from the arena. But we all know a single throw and impact from that fall, unfortunately, not nearly enough to kill something that ended up lasting that long against the savage hunter in a state of undeath. You ended up regrouping, and that's where you got a little bit of quickly added lore drops. As an unlikely ally stepped up to help. Not in the battle, as they are not stupid enough to try and fight someone who is far superior than them, but Ivar Verdin, almost his brother, and the one that Maeve had fought at the docks all the way back in those early sessions, ended up revealing that the heralds were split into about 2 to 3 different smaller subsections, groups of people who have different goals, some wanting to restart the arcane detonation once more, others to fix the world in any way they can, even if it means bringing out change in more drastic ways. And Ivar's group, the one led by Grace, wanting to keep this plane in a balance of order. And one of those things that they wanted to do to restore balance was bring back a certain Drakar, or as in the common tongue, known as a half-blood. Maeve Dambala passed before she could ever reach Dragonhood, the stepping stones that it would have taken her to step into a path of reaching a monarch, even in a portion of their power. But she did die protecting those who she cared for. And Ivar respected her greatly for not just letting him walk away, but for showing the ferocity and the amount of both power and compassion showed to an enemy, even if they were semi-alike. He called her sister and said that it was his personal goal to see her back in the land of the living just as it was you. And for that reason, he did not consider you allies, nor did he want you to accept him with this blind bit of faith and trust, but instead asked that you call a truce and potentially aid him in helping her return, or vice versa, offering you any services or information that he would have on hand or be able to easily acquire for you. Took a few moments to think on what exactly you wanted to do, and for the moment, beaten, bruised, bloodied, and severely exhausted, you decided to trust him for the moment and hiked to the cliffs the top of Port Cliff, and its beautiful cliffside view. There was a small camp where you also met Faye Veridin, Ivar's wife. This kind of armored-looking Drakar Valkyrie, and after getting a long rest and losing a few levels of exhaustion, some people attuning to certain items, and all of you starting off the day with a whole lot of questions, had a little bit of a chat, catching you up on the situation. You learned a little bit about Grace. You learned a little bit more about Xyrus, as you learned that she was not, at least from what she has told you, officially a herald or herald sympathizer, but she did a job for them in the past out of a debt to the herald general known as Grace. She said that he saved her when she was severely injured and fleeing from the Underdark. After arriving on the surface with no real ability to survive on her own, he brought her under the crew, and gave her a purpose. Because of that, she was in debt and did a few different things for the heralds that got her some basic info on them. And also earned her the nickname of Midnight, or the Shadow. Simply more understanding why that is after seeing a 7th level ability that she showed versus Almost Veridin as the normal cleric of the moon turned into a Gloomstalker whose main ability is being invisible to anyone that relies on dark vision. Ivar revealed his own part in the Heralds, saying that he wasn't like his brother in the higher ranking or having any real idea of what their plans were, except for common knowledge that the Heralds collected artificers, and also in the same night that they gathered them from both Port Cliff, Paradise Peak, and a few other nearby islands, attempted an assassination on Carter Binstrom. his best guess, as he hasn't have the full information to confirm this, is that Carter probably knows or might have the skills required to defuse or disassemble an arcane detonator, and they wanted him gone as a precaution. You also learn that Faye and Amos were undercover civilians for a time, gathering information on Paradise Peak's military, trying to see if they could find any other secrets on the island while they were there, and transmitting everything they found to the heralds, while Amos was working with Alistair on his little teleportation experiment. Still unknown whether or not he is safe in the Damballa estate, or if he was taken from that night. But assuming, since last time, Calamity herself couldn't finish the job and steal him away, you think he might be all right. They went on to give you a few different options, saying if you wanted to pursue friend Rictus, who was revealed to be one of the artificers taken, they could start by giving you a basic rundown. Maps pointing out trade routes, common sailing and smuggling areas the heralds used to hide caches or stowaways they might have taken. Or they said that they could aid you by simply dropping information off, slowly burning into an investigation rather than pushing. In which, upon hearing this, the 11th sponsor, Broken Chain, woke up from his slumber after he had been RKO'd out of nowhere from the previous night and agreed that while he had been doing important work on the island and been doing more work even further afar, both on this plane and others, he hadn't had much luck in the past fighting the heralds or investigating them because of their nature to run and be incredibly behind this veil of secrecy, never really acting in large attacks or robberies, heists, only doing small bits of either crime, terrorism, or anything in between. But he said now would be a good time to start investigating on his own, as he could also help in looking for any information on Rictus or trying to find out what the heralds wanted. It was brought up to the party that after Ivar and Faye walked off and you had a conversation amongst yourselves, he had a number of things that needed to be done but were unsure of at the moment of what specifically you wanted to do. You could attempt to go and find your lost party member Rictus, although you were warned that he would probably be under lock and key of some of the strongest members while he was either working on the Arcane Detonator project or who knows what. You can go and try and find Maeve Damballa and bring her back to the land of the living. You can attempt to go and find the island of Ravinica and whatever might lie within its secrets. You can also go back to Paradise Peak, earn more coin, allies, and information for the guild hall, as you've only really taken one official guild job so far. You could look for more information with any hidden networks that you know. And a lot of you also have further parts of you that you now know of. Mammoth knowing that somewhere out there and starting sometime soon, another enemy will be entering into the fray. And that him, along with potentially his grandfather, if he can find him, will have to be the first line of defense against those who wish to bring eternal night. Mustang strums, only getting a singular name, but a flash of memories from what he looked like, from what he was as a human being, a separate entity from this ghostly mist. You know there's more to learn about the primordial spark. All you have to do is look. And Durdon's just kind of here. I don't know. No, I'm kidding. But you have plenty of different options. And with the Dragon's Vow, you can go just about anywhere. And with that in mind, we will start off tonight's session, giving you all a chance to talk about that and decide, as I believe you were beginning to descend back into the city of Portcliff, correct? I think it was Kipley who ended off last session wanting to leave the heights and either go to the city below or head back to the ship. Oh, excuse me. As we start off tonight, because of the solo session that we had, and because of decisions that were made and consequences that were sowed, Kipley Gormorda is no longer a shifter enhanced, as I will go ahead and change for you. And I already have all the other changes saved, so you won't have to touch your sheet. You just need to reload it. You are now officially a curse bearer shifter. You will have to go back. I immediately regret saying that. You will have to change and re-add your ability scores and choose the language that you wish to take when you originally took the race. Or if you want to learn a new one, that's up to you. But your shifting is still there. It's actually been updated. And everything else that is gained from your undead nature is now on your sheet.
Oh boy.
The downsides, though, will be hidden behind the DM screen until you're brought up. So, as we pick up, we do got 2 dead people now. Oh, that's right. You weren't there. You missed it. Yeah. Kipley is no longer a humanoid. They are now officially undead. Undead bros. Woo! But as we pick up tonight's session, where would you guys like to go? You also do know the, if you would like to have a brief conversation or interaction with them, you do know the bunch of Huggins said they were staying in town at the Rosentine Inn, which is right by the docks where you would have placed the Dragon Vow when you got here.
So we're at the ship.
Oh, you guys are walking back down into town.
Okay.
Yep. It's only about like a 30-minute hike going back into the city of Portcliff. But you did wake up at the crack of dawn, so it's still only like 8:30, maybe 8:45 by the time you actually arrive in the city. And you have anywhere and everywhere you like to go. Also, as a reminder, because of the events that occurred from last time, none of you have any of the gold nor favors that were offered to you by Madame Borrelia, nor do you know if that is still a thing that you would like to attempt to talk about if you like, but you don't know if that is a certainty anymore. Cyrus did briefly mention that you could attempt, for those who are more of the persuading nature, to try and get something from it, but because you unleashed a Varnak, because Duradon has one of their items, you don't know whether or not you will be able to. But as Dom loves to say, you can certainly try, because that was 2,000 gold each.
Yeah, Mustang's certainly going to try. That is on his to-do list.
What would the six like to do? Put us back on Port Cliff. Whoop, 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 whoop.
I know. I was looking at this cool galaxy beach, and I was like, "Oh my god, is this where Kipley went?
That's Kipley's little mind palace.
That's our mind's eye? That's a sick ass mind's eye."
It is a sick ass mind's eye. It's very sick.
Oh no.
Well, I don't know about y'all, but I don't want to leave this place empty-handed. In the gold sense, I think I'm full up on traumatizing experiences.
What? Where are you wanting to get gold? I mean,
Well, I figure I'd talk to that Madame Borrelia lady, see if she'd be
oh,
willing to fork it over a little bit, because we kind of did what she asked.
really? I feel like I really fucked that up.
Well, the audience loved it, and that's where I'd have to guess the
Yeah,
money comes from. The
but
admission
I
fees,
think
right?
half that audience is dead now, aren't they?
Yeah,
Not half.
maybe.
Oh, alright, like 75%?
I checked in earlier today while you were all still sleeping. Estimated death count that is known at the moment is only around 40.
Oh.
Luckily, the majority of those who were in the arena were far enough back in their seats that the falling rocks didn't encounter or hit them. And the heralds
Well,
weren't there for them, they were just there for, well, you.
40 is definitely a lot of people, but if Madame Borrelia is as much of a businesswoman as she makes herself out to be, then she'll know that everybody loves tragedy.
I'd still think, again, all due respect, you did release one of her prized possessions that she could have very easily revived after you killed it. I mean, repeat shows aren't exactly known around here, but a Varnak is not common. Very rare creatures, especially to be found on this plane.
Couldn't hurt to try.
Oh no,
I like your attitude, Mammoth.
you absolutely can. Just be ready to negotiate down instead of fighting for full.
Well, something's better than nothing. I'll play in a tavern if I have to.
Hmm.
The crumb.
So is the plan to go down, see if you can find Madame Borrelia?
Well, that's certainly my plan, but if anyone else wants to do something before we walk into the lion's den, that is probably wise.
No, I don't have anything. I definitely think we should all go with you.
You sure? You sound mighty uncomfortable, and understandably so. I don't mind going at this plunge alone. Maybe with dirt on. You seem to strike some fancy.
We're... Yeah, if you want to do that, that's fine.
Yep. It works for me. Time to bust out the old negotiating skills.
I don't know if you would like my presence or if it would be helpful, so I will leave that up to you. I have other errands I can run, but I can also attempt to pull some weight from my past competence that I've had with her.
You know, the more bargaining chips, the better. I think you ought to come, Cyrus.
She looks around at the rest of the group.
Yeah, Kipley's kind of like, what? She gets all right. She kind of looks over at Mammoth. Where are you going?
I was gonna follow Mustang.
Right, of course. All
Are you
right.
coming with us?
Yes.
Yay. You all begin to march down. Which entranceway do you attempt to go in? Because now Mammoth and Reese both know how to get in for the secret entrance. But you all know there is ways to get in for the arena as well. Both of which you presume are probably going to be under some sort of protection.
I think front entrance at this point is probably the best.
Yeah, it'd probably be a bad look if we were sneaking around.
You're going to try and go in for the arena?
Yeah.
You.
Sure,
As
yeah.
as a sign of goodwill, of good faith. Nothing to hide.
I mean, let me be clear. Both are secret entrances. One is just
Oh,
deeper in town and goes directly to the Borrelia lounge / estate, and one is a bit of a hike that you have to travel through a bunch of hallways to get to.
well, I think we're probably less likely to get mugged wandering the hallways than we are wandering the city, given the warnings that we've been prescribed. Right, just that.
So hallways.
Yep, hallways. You got it, sister.
Okay, to the arena you go. As you make your way towards the large and rather devastating destruction that you recently just left the night prior, you can see there is a number of the poppers out and about. It's been a second, so I'll give you a reminder. Poppers are volunteers. They are all essentially pirates or any kind of sellswords who offer their time and services to the city and are paid by the government to do basic patrols. However, their allegiance is not to any greater system, it is just towards port. As you all are walking around, you can see a number of them. And when I say number, I mean when you first arrived, there was one maybe every 10, 15 minutes. Now, as you are walking for the streets, you are passing one by just about every two. There is a large increase in their numbers and how frequent their perimeter sweeps and patrols are around the city. And you can see as you get closer and closer to the arena, there is just a long line of them that are kind of warding off the main entrance. And you can see there is a number of different looking, and their attire is all different. But the main thing that shows them as poppers is they all have a very long red ribbon tied to either a rapier or a longsword. And you can see there's just about 6 to 7 both men and women at the front of the arena's entrance, just kind of standing guard, looking around. There isn't any sort of tape or anything, because that's not used yet. But you can see and hear a number of people talking from inside as they shout in the hallway and are in the process of moving out dead bodies, identifying people, clearing out rubble, making sure the structure is still sound. etc., etc. What do y'all do as you approach? Or do you even continue to approach?
Hmm. I think Mustang stepped away, but I think we would probably. I think we'd probably just stride up, trying to look like we belong.
Hmm. Okay. Go for it. Yeah, no, give me that belong vibe. What are we looking at?
Belong? Pacha.
I'm back.
Oh, shit. I already rolled.
15, cool. As Kipley walks up nonchalantly, just kind of, are you just kind of like staring past them and trying to walk past them, or are you like looking to try and start conversation?
Nope, just walking past.
Cool. I'll do this as a public roll so you can see.
What's that?
This is gonna be a group check. Gonna be 22.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh, this is what happens when
You-
Kipley makes decisions.
Yeah, you start walking past them, and for a moment, and this is actually a fun little thing. Kipley is well known, has been well established to have kind of like a hunched walk in the past, and you can see right now you're standing up straight, walking with swagger, and what normally would be kind of like a perspire. Oh my god, I can say words. A brow, kind of slowly building of sweat or worry, is now completely cold and chill, and you are just walking with not a care in the world. Heart certainly not beating fast or worried at all. And as you approach, you hear one of the female guards, at the very end, just kind of puts their sword out to stop you from walking past and goes, "I'm sorry, can I help you? You seem lost."
Oh no, we're not lost. We're here to visit Madame Borelius.
"I'm sorry, but this is not the way to her home here. This isn't her. She owns this fighting
Yes,
arena,
the Madame's
but
Den.
she's... Right. This is not her home. Her abode is elsewhere, further into the city. You can have any quarrel and or business that you have with her here. This arena is currently under investigation. It was attacked yesterday by heralds."
Right. So you're saying we can't go in there?
Just not open to the public, no. Only the poppers are currently on the scene trying to figure out what happened, what was used, etc., etc.
Well, how long's that going to take?
Probably a few days.
What the fuck? Is she in there?
Who are you referring to?
The Madame.
She rarely frequents her own arena. I'm not
What?
sure. You seem lost yet. You can go and seek out
She was
further help into the city. And she
Shit,
goes
Kipley
and
just
she
walks
pulls out
away.
a map, and she goes, "Oh, there's a help center there. All right."
Kipley
Stay
just walks
safe.
away, like, arms out to her party. She's like, she's not even here.
And you see Zyrus is visibly face palming and goes, "Kipley, you know, I'm not actually, I'm not gonna even give you a patronizing tone. You know she's a crime lord, right? Sure, she owns like half the poppers, but that doesn't mean that you can just ask where her den is and if she's here."
She holds an arena where half the population of the island comes to. How is that a hidden thing?
Because her estate isn't in the arena.
But they acted like she didn't frequent there. She was there when we went to her den. She was there when we went to the fighting ring.
The den isn't at the arena. I thought you were going to try and use the tunnels through secrecy and not talk your way through saying that you know her.
Well,
Oh,
I didn't
dears.
know what was happening. And you all let me lead, and that's your fault.
I thought you were pretty slick, Kipley.
I don't
Thank
think that's
you.
how that works.
Hey, don't beat yourself too much about it. It doesn't seem like anything real bad happened, so let's just... We can try the sneaky way now.
You say that as all 7 poppers, excuse me, all 6 poppers are just staring bullets at you as you're just not moving, talking about them like roughly like 40, 50 feet away.
Man, these poppers, they really love to rubberneck, don't they?
Excuse me, can you please clear off? Private area under investigation.
What are you investigating?
No offense, miss. I just heard your entire conversation with my associate here. Any business you have with the Borelli estate, you take it up with the estate, not the
Oh.
arena that's currently under investigation. Thank you. Please have a nice day. Shove off.
Yeah, I'll shove off to your mom's house.
Oh,
Let's go.
no.
Excuse me, what was that?
You heard me.
There's
Come here, sir. Come here. Starts walking towards you.
shit.
You see this kind of like roughly 5'10", 5'11" looking human man, tan skin, covered in tattoos. You see running across the face, the arms. He has one of those frilled white shirts that's kind of like popped halfway open to show a little bit of his chest.
Ugh.
Tattoos continuing down there, and he just begins to walk towards you, signaling for you to stop. Do you keep walking away or do you stop?
No, Mustang, he's not afraid of confrontation. He'll stop.
You stop and turn around, and you watch as he walks directly up to your face, kind of in an attempt to mad dog you, but you can see, I mean, for one, Mustang is how tall in smoky form?
6'6".
6'6", yeah. So he doesn't come up above your height, but you see he kind of looks directly up at you, and there's just this cold, intense stare as he reads you for a few moments. She goes, "Sorry, what was that you said? Would you like to say that again to my face?"
I would, but
We have a problem.
Yeah, he's gonna go to your mom's house.
exactly.
Oh.
You might want a mint too. I don't have a nose, and I can tell you stink.
Wait. Fucking hell. Kipley, like, pushes in between, like, squishes herself in between.
What's
She's like,
Mustang's AC?
Not very high, I don't think. 15?
15. Cool. So a 19 hits.
Yeah, it does hit.
You watch and you hear for the first time as one of the large red ribbons around their blades breaks, and kind of like the shrill high tone, almost like a high-pitched whistle, kind of sounds in the area, and he takes the hilt of his sword and smacks you across the face. You only end up taking 8 points of bludgeoning damage, but you feel the daze as you're just completely caught off guard right up next to this guy, and he is actually going to attempt to shove you to the ground as well, because he has 2 attacks.
Great.
Go ahead and please make me an acrobatics or athletics check. I think for you it's the same.
Yeah, it's the same either way.
You're going to go ahead and to beat. Ooh, 17.
Rolled an 18.
Nice. You see he kind of goes to kick your knee, but it just goes right through you because you're made of smoke. The coal just kind of sinks up in, and your foot falls limp for a moment before reconnecting. And now the rest of the guards are kind of like encircling you, kind of making a full corral around you.
Kipley is, like, jumps in the middle, and she just kind of holds the hand up. She's like, wait, please. You don't understand. We were there. We were in the arena when this happened. He lost someone. This is just a reaction.
I don't give a fuck who he lost, who you think is more important. You stop snooping around areas that's being investigated, disrespecting people who risk their lives to protect your ass. And you think you're just gonna walk away all nice and clean. Learn some fucking respect. And just spits into Mustang, and you see it kind of sizzles into your chest. By the end of today, if I see any of you walking around these streets in this city, I'll have you arrested. And then I'll have you shipped off in chains. Do you know where people go when you get arrested? On Portcliff?
Your mom's house.
Oh my god, Mammoth.
Well, he is not against hitting a child.
You see Mustang kind of giggling, covering his mouth.
Do. I mean, I don't want to be mean, but you guys are laying up this guy.
It's
And he
kid.
clearly has shown anger issues. Yeah, Mammoth, go ahead and make me an acrobatics or athletics check. We're gonna use a different guard stat block for this one. This will be the female guard that talked to Kipley. 24.
What?
This
I was so confident.
this kind of like, well, you're a child as well. You sit there and just blurt out your mom, and you can just feel the back of your neck get pulled up like a baby cat as you're grabbed by the scruff, and you are immediately kind of wrists contorted and pushed against your back, and you can feel large metal clamps chained down against you as you are slapped into manacles and pushed to the ground by this fine lady as she puts a boot on your back and goes, I suggest everyone here silences their tongues before all of you leave immediately, or you can spend the night here, and to finish my comrade's statement, they hang you by the cliffs.
How many guards are here? Or poppers?
Yeah, how many?
Yeah.
Currently 6 now, but you imagine with the whistle that sounded when he broke the seal on his sword, much more coming soon.
Kipley casts Fey Presence.
Oh, damn.
I will tell you this now. I'm not gonna say don't do it. I'm saying if this fails,
Mm-hmm.
any chance of talking is gonna be gone, as you're now actively casting insults. There's still things to be done about that. Actively casting a spell or ability. Arrested to Electric Boogaloo. Guys, man. Casting an ability like this is a clear sign of either manipulation or threat. So we good? We down with it?
I mean, I don't want to, but
Hey,
they
let
took
chaos reign.
Mammoth.
Let chaos
want
reign.
to.
I'm for it. I'm just letting you know of what could be the consequences.
There's just something different when they pick up the kid. And then the
for sure.
manacle. Yeah, no, she does it.
All right. What is the DC on that?
15?
And that is wisdom,
Wisdom.
charisma.
Wisdom.
Cool. So, I'm gonna do the captain first, because they have a little bit better stats.
Uh-oh.
And I'm gonna go ahead and roll for the rest. They're not proficient, but they have a higher modifier than the others. Captain wisdom save. 17.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of the wisdom save I'm just gonna do as a group check. Unless you want me to roll 5 times in case
No,
some
you're
don't matter.
fine.
This is against being frightened or charmed by you, correct?
Probably charmed.
These guys have a much less modifier, as they aren't very wide.
Great.
Natural 1.
Oh,
Cool. So here's what happens. Mammoth is thrown to the dirt in manacles. Mustang is punched across his face. Fails to knock him to the ground. You are surrounded by the remaining 6 poppers. And the captain, or the one you assume to be the captain, the one that got in Mustang's face, still looks like he is prepared to throw down. Now that you have actively begun to not... It started with insults, but now that he's seen you cast, and you see he fully now is pointing the blade and pulling up a stance, while all of the other poppers just kind of sit and look a little confused around the situation, and you hear him go, "Right, all of you get on your fucking knees." And you see go, "Yeah, get on your fucking knees, but you, dearie, please be careful. I know you were just in a fight. You said you fought here earlier. You don't have to get on your knees if you want. If you want, we can help you lie down or anything. I'm so sorry about this situation, really."
Kipling
As you
bursts
see
into tears.
Some of those people go, "Oh no, honey, don't cry. I know it's stressful, but you can't. Your friend insulted him.
He's all I have left.
If it helps, we're going to take all of you, and you can all be together. You did insult one of our captains."
We didn't mean to. It's
I
just
know
everything
you
was
didn't.
happening so
You know, there's
quickly.
just a small group of like 5 to 6 poppers gathering around Kipley and patting her back. And you see the captain is looking around in complete bafflement. It's just like, "Oh, you lot fucking do..." And before he even finishes, Osiris goes and vanishes from sight for a moment as you see a flash of red. A few seconds later, he just drops to the ground unconscious. And you see there is a large welt on the side of his face. And you just hear, "Let's fucking leave." As you see little dust footprints go poof, 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 heading off into the distance. And Durdon feels a tug on his arm. Cyrus begins to lead you away. And you see the poppers go, "Oh, honey. Oh, Captain, are you all right?"
Oh no, what
And
happened?
they now split up. Half of them are comforting Kipley. The other half are comforting the captain. They go, oh my goodness. Oh, who did this? Whatever happened? Did a rock fall or something? Are the heralds around?
Oh,
We have to
no.
sound the entire guard.
If they're
Everyone must
around,
be on alert.
you need to let him go. He's our only protection.
Go and make me a persuasion check with advantage.
Oh.
22. Okay. Roll one more time, just so you can crit. 23. Hey, one matter.
I think it's actually 22 because don't I still have a level of exhaustion.
Oh, right. Well, it's advantage. Yeah. So it'd still be canceled out no matter what. But you see one of the ones that are comforting you goes, "My goodness, they're right. You said that they fought previously, so he must be a great defender." They pull out a key and they start rushing over. They go, "I'm so sorry about this, my young fellow. This is a very complex situation that's escalating. Things have gone out of hand." They pull off the chains. How long does this last for?
Oh.
Well, let me tell
until
you right
the
now, it
end
says
of
until
my
the end of your
next turn.
You got seconds. You got
all right, let's get out of here.
seconds. As they all are like kind of now huddling around the main captain, going, "Oh dear, oh my god."
Kipley just points and goes,
Who
"There
did
it
this?"
is!" She points the exact opposite way, grabs Mammoth
And as the
and
last
runs.
second of the charm effect, they all look away as you all book it. And then when they look back, they go, "Oh, where did she go?" So they all I think it doesn't say they didn't know they were charmed once the effect ends, right?
It. No, it doesn't say anything on that.
Cool. So they all know your faces and know you charm them. So you can hear, and as you kind of like rush in the other direction, kind of like speed walking away, you see a few more poppers like running past you to the scene as this little the tone has ended now, like the shrill call has ended. But like the alarm itself has clearly signaled about 15 other poppers to the area. As they all rush towards the captain, who's still unconscious on the ground. You can just see in the distance, like about 60 feet ahead of you, is Durdon's just being dragged for the dust, kind of willingly being led for the streets as you all walk away. Jesus fucking Christ! Oh. Lucky I read the ability of how long it lasts after the interaction. Otherwise, that would have been so bad. But great job.
That
Again,
didn't go well, guys.
I think that went pretty well. We didn't end up in jail like last time, so that's a win in my book. That was some grade A acting, Kipley.
That. Oh, okay. I think we should keep moving on. Maybe Borrelia's a dead end. Or maybe I shouldn't have walked away. I think they were about to show me where she was.
Yeah, now you're pushing it.
see Durdon stops being dragged, and the rest of you here, Kipley can see because you have the goggles on. Zyrus just goes, How are you even alive at this point? How do you interact with anyone and not start a fight, get killed, or get thrown in prison and get here?
That does happen to us.
Well, I mean, I'm not alive. So that answers the question.
Don't play semantics. Oh. See, I am not a charismatic person, but I can see clear as day. You all must have gotten here by sheer luck alone. If you can't even talk to poppers. They're just people. You just needed to have... It could have been gold. It could have been a better lie than we're just here to see the den.
But that's why we were here.
Yes, but you don't know the truth about seeing a crime lord. You don't know whether they've been paid off by her or not. If they're not and they're loyal to the city, they're going to arrest you for collaborating with a crime lord.
I didn't know.
It's basics. Oh, you fucking me.
In my defense, that guy was a weenie.
He was a big weenie.
That's a good defense. Mammoth, I thought your comedic timing and line delivery would rival the best. That was excellent work on your behalf.
I don't really get what his mom's house has to do with anything, but it seemed like it would be kind of funny.
It was. And, you know, Mammoth, if you ever want to make someone real mad and make them feel real disrespected, you bring up their mom. It's bulletproof, I promise.
Got it.
Don't tell that to the child who just got thrown in the dirt in chains for saying that.
He likes playing in the dirt, doesn't he?
Yeah, I was fine.
Oh my. You see she looks at, materializing now back into the hunter's coat and clerical outfit, looks at Durdon, just goes, how much you getting paid to babysit children? I assume it's not enough.
Durdon at this point has been relatively quiet, and he looks over the group, the party, and looks to Zyrus. He typically has like a neutral expression, but when she mentions gold or pay, he immediately kind of like gets upset. He's like, I'm not getting paid anything. In fact, I have lost potentially 9,000 gold dealing with these antics and fucking chagrinery of this party.
9,000 gold? From who?
Yes. We no longer, since all of this shit, and apparently you all are being hunted by heralds. Would have been fun to know that we are no longer involved in hunting down the two individuals that could have been bounties. The person that is like a fucking, I don't know, the other bounty can't be fucked to do that now, and the 2,000 gold for nearly dying in this fucking arena off of the whim and decisions and just random what ifs. We no longer have access to that. We can't roam the street freely. Somebody decided it was a good idea to go on the fucking giant ass moving island. Give it a shot, give it a chance. Another individual decided to release a fucking angry. Do you know? Fuck it, fuck it, fuck it. I'm not your dad's. I'm not your father. I'm. Just pick what we're doing. Please make it quick. And fucking stick to it. That's all I need. I can't make any sense of anything you all do. Just please just pick something. Just anything.
You seem really angry.
I pick ice cream.
Good pick.
Duradon is going to take his coin out, his vassal token, and he's going to call his sponsor.
I'm calling
Oh.
mom.
Oh, Kipli, if she sees you do that, she jumps forward and she like grabs both your hands. She's like, no, no, no. She doesn't want you calling her.
Duradon's gonna do it. Do it anyway. He's relatively unfazed. We need to make checks.
Kipli pulls hers out and she starts, don't listen, don't answer him.
So it's an action to do, so he has time to do it before you. You hear the ching as a gold is consumed. Your call is very appreciated. Please wait. And instead of like the other kind of like jazzy waiting tones, you just hear that single like do the Minecraft cave sound, where it's just like that ominous. Woo. You hear that as you wait for Kroll to answer.
Yeah.
And you get the same woman that you talked to before, the essentially kind of like call collector for all of her vassals, as she picks up and you hear you. Hello. Evan Cole's currently outside of the guild at the moment. How may I be of service?
This is Duradon. You have me on record. Remind me of what the penalty is in ignoring Kroll's quest.
Right. You would be put on suspension, relieved of any and all vassal benefits for up to a year, and facing Kroll's personal wrath, which I think is much greater than anything listed previously. You are also bound by contract to do so. I am unsure of which specific contract you're referring to, whether it is bound to Miss Kroll or bound in parchment. But if it is bound to Miss Kroll, then you and I both know you cannot break those. If it is bound in parchment, you've heard your condition.
And if we break our contracts with Kroll, what, she owns our soul, our life?
The line kind of goes quiet. Please hold.
Kipli's like hanging onto your arm, her hand's still on the coin, like just looking at you very offended.
few
He
moments go
looks
by.
back and maintains that eye contact while he's having this conversation.
A few seconds go by. Cha-ching! Another gold is consumed.
She talked to me. Last night she visited me. Just saying.
And the kind of world around Duradon freezes for a moment.
Ooh.
Everything kind of just stops. And you can feel just dun-dun, dun, dun-dun, dun-dun. It's the only thing that you can hear is your heartbeat. And Kipley, frozen, staring up at you. Mustang kind of arms crossed, looking at you. Mammoth kind of staring off into the distance, not paying attention. Reese, present. Zyrus kind of standing by your side, looking like she's a few seconds away from ripping Kipley off of you. And my arms are crossed, how did you know? Hey, every second you aren't running, I'm getting closer. And you can see the kind of air in front of you shimmers, and you see the, not the entire body or visage, but the face of Evelyn Kroll, as it looks like she is at the moment in a library of some kind. You can see the background around her is filled with tomes, stretching for longer than you've ever seen a bookshelf go for, almost hundreds of feet, but at the same time, you can see her picking out books and then having multiple sections come loose and kind of floating in the air around her. And you see she turns her gaze to meet you. As you look up and meet the visage, you hear, "What is it, Duradon? I'm busy."
Listen, I don't want to bother you more than anything else in the world. What the fuck is up with your other vassals?
She raises an eyebrow. "I assume the one you're referring to is Kipli Gamorda?"
Yeah. It's her and her god-blessed fucking party. What is... You didn't give a lot of information. I imagine that was just secretive. Did you know any of this with them?
Any of what? What happened?
Not sure if you're aware. Don't know if you have any like time little tickers or did shit that happens. Apparently they have some squabble with the heralds. They heralds, one of them wanted the arm back. There's now one missing. Fucking died in the process of trying to, get them to live. And the following day, the following afternoon, we are nearly arrested by poppers because their social graces are... You would find better social grace from a praying mantis. I don't understand what this lack of direction and seriousness is. Kipley freed a fucking... the little thing that is literally combined with celestial death, known to be one of the most fearsome creatures in celestial existence. A thing that breathes in and breathes out killing as natural as a baby crying. Fucking decides to free that shit. And no, if it would help or desire to kill everything, it's not like it cares. We're blips on its map. No explanation, no talking about like, hey, this is what I'm thinking, and let's do this thing. And that's, I would be surprised, I would be shocked, but that just seems how they roll. They there's a thing that comes to the front of the mind, and they're like, hey, let's do it. It's a good idea. I'm a hunter. I'm not a babysitter.
You have done your part perfectly so far, dude. I have seen the progress reports. I have seen what you have for a large portion of your adventure. You performed valiantly on Mimic Island. And while the decision to reach its shores was not a smart one, I would not hold that specific event against your part. They did not have a choice one way or another. They were facing powers out of their control. However, I do see your valid concerns with the sick. To answer your previous questions, I did not know all their unique personalities and how they dealt with problems. They only have one documented guild quest completed. All the other activities beforehand are circumstantial and unknown, as well as they are being investigated for a number of small crimes and a number of larger ones.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You.
However,
Oh. Okay.
the only one you need to concern yourself with is Kip. You know our seers are almost never wrong. You don't have to like her. You don't have to deal with any other consequences to the rest of the six. Deliver her as we promised, and you will be rewarded. I can see that you are doubting your circumstance.
I'm bleeding out here, man. Ma'am,
I'm bleeding out here, man. Shit.
I almost said ma'am. I, I, I don't think since being here, I guess if you count survival as like a objective to obtain, that pretty much is marked out. I don't know a thing that has been accomplished that the six have started to do and have gone through with and succeeded at it again, other than surviving. And the gods are said to be dead, but fuck if Lady Luck isn't looking down on a lot of them. Okay, all right. Just deliver. Okay.
Your concerns are valid, and I can see your frustrations. I would advise, if they are formless and chaos, perhaps leadership is necessary, whether it is from you or elsewhere. You said there was a number down. Tension could be high. Number of reasons could lead to bad decisions, and I'm very well aware of Miss Gamorda's bad habit to find monsters more human than acts. I'm more aware that what you released, luckily, is not going to be a problem. Varnax do not reap death on the prime material plane, only in that of Celestia, passing on souls. So you are safe in that regard, but I do encourage you to relay the communication issue. You're going to go through very rough times. Your task is not easy. However, and you can see the visage opens up, and you can see her full form as she walks out and steps in front of you. Duradon's 7 foot, right? 7 foot 1?
Yeah, 7'1".
You can feel your neck beginning to crane as you look up, and you can see in her form she doesn't normally take, because in public she likes to wear a weaker and more natural guise. But in her private estate, and from once that you've seen before, you know, of course, being a pacted vassal of her, her natural eldritch nature doesn't just enhance her strengths and, of course, her magical prowess, but also her height is roughly around 9.5 feet tall. Limbs stretching out much larger and longer than any typical humanoid, and constantly wrapped in the shrouded black mist. You watch as she walks out and leans down, get at face level. Whether you realize it or not, you have already been greatly rewarded, Duradon. And you can feel her hand kind of running down your side, starting at the arm and running kind of closer to your abdomen, and then stopping at your belt, your waist, as she flicks Clarent into the air and catches it in one hand. If you go back, you're going to lose this. I felt 2, 3 if you want to be technical, sources of change yesterday. I felt one in my vassal, Kipli Komorda. I felt another of primordial essence. I felt one more. As she runs her finger along the blade, you can see it almost reacting to her presence, begins to expand and break apart once more, its shards floating around the air in a rapid state of almost excitement, before reforming again into this kind of like long, curved shamshir. You are just beginning. If doubt is in your mind, perhaps the reward can be amply added upon. Guide these lost sheep to their pasture. Whether you wish to or not, be a shepherd and protect them with your life. And in exchange, I will give you something much more valuable than coin. As she places Clarent back into your belt. You've already attuned. You already know. Don't know where the brother is, but I know the sister. Do this. I will give you this information and a strong lead on how to get there. You're already abnormally strong, Verdon. or mere bee vassal. You can fight far above your pay grade. With one blade, you're probably standing close to those in A rank. 2, just imagine what you could do. You wouldn't need to hunt anymore. They would already be dead. Leans back up, standing at her full height. Does that help ease your worries?
Slightly. Okay, yes, that it helps. You know the sister. You know nothing of the brother, or is the brother far in between? Are they relatively close?
I know the sister's exact location. Go ahead and give me a persuasion check, if you'd like.
Flat D20, baby.
Flat D20. I'll say go ahead and make it with advantage as well, because you are in a kind of negotiating, bargaining state. 18 is really good, though. 5. Hey, man. It was worth it. You feel you are in a rare position where, in most cases, anyone of a sane mind would have stopped after a, not just sponsor, but patron, as powerful and intimidating as Evelyn Kroll is, would have accepted whatever offer was given and moved on. But with your natural both perception and insight, you can see she is not desperate, but clearly willing to give you just a little more, because either getting Kipley to her goal is that important, or because she has already put so much into this journey that she's willing to give slightly more as you ask. And she kind of sighs, looks back towards the portal, looks towards you. Brother is not going to be in your possession. It is wielded by the Monarch Dragon. Something I would suggest you stay far away from, for if he finds out you have its twin, he doesn't ask twice for things. Do this, I give you the sister's location, and I will personally have Jay bring you close enough to it so you don't have to avoid, or you don't have to try and avoid the dangers of the sea and what's beyond.
Would it make me the best hunter if I was able to fell a monarch?
You see, moving faster than your reflexes allow you to view with the human eye, she gets near nose to nose with you. You don't see her chest rise with breath, nor do you feel anything but the icy cold presence radiating off form. I value you, Hunter. But do not overstate your worth or position. Saying such things is a dangerous game. One that I wish you not play. But if you do, consequences will be dire. Remember, you all are only allowed to live on Paradise Peak because of a monarch. They are not gods. They are not heroes. They are forces of nature. And the death of one could mean balance far worse than whatever chaos you see in this world right now as it is. Are we clear?
Crystal.
She pulls away. We'll renegotiate this deal. The sister blade will be given only in location, and you transported to it upon you reaching Ravinica. Anything less or failure to do so voids that luxury. You will do as best as you can, as long as you are able-bodied to get Kibli Gamorda there and to make sure highest possible chance of survival and success from the 6 is given at all times. Within your own power, of course. You cannot control them. You can merely suggest and lead by example. Do you find this to be agreeable?
You love to make the challenges challenging. Yeah, if I gotta keep the 6's safety in mind, I can try.
That's all that
I agree.
I ask. Feel a brief moment where your heart stops. Time around you undoes this strange freeze. Dun, dun, dun. Kipley is hanging off your arm. Mustang's tapping his foot. All is back to normal.
He'll put the coin back.
You've consumed 500 gold during this conversation. Not kidding. Only costs 2. But you can feel that almost sinking feeling as reality sets in with your newly agreed upon pact. Everyone else happened in but a mere second as Duradon was talking, stopped, put the coin away.
Yeah, as he like starts to drop his hand to put the coin, she like lets go, drops to her feet, and just crosses her arms.
You see Zyrus go. I ask not just for the fact that you are currently being looked for by poppers, but for the future of this group. That you all take a moment to seriously consider working on your communication skills.
Is there a class for that?
I would be happy to give one that is not sarcasm. If it is, I highly suggest you take a moment of reflection for who is the sole reason that you are all still alive at this moment.
No, like legit, can you teach us to be better communicators?
I am not joking when I say that I will once we are back aboard the Dragon's Vow. Because clearly, you are all lacking in social graces, as I say with due respect. You are powerful individuals, you are creative minds. Some of you can do amazing things, but when it comes to communication, respectfully, you have none of it. When you meet people whose only goal is to make your day worse, walk away. Don't make them get what they want. And when someone steps up for you and shows genuine concern, putting a hand under it on shoulder, I suggest you give him respect as well.
Can Kipling inside that?
Sure, what part?
The hand on the shoulder.
Oh, it has more meaning behind it.
Mhm.
Ew, that's because you're so sexy, Alexia. Talking about there. Yeah, go for it.
Oh wait, no, hold on, wait, I gotta do it with disadvantage, I forgot. Okay, so 12.
12. Hand on a shoulder, man. I don't know what to tell you. You can have your own thoughts. You're
Right.
entitled to them. Megan's entitled to them. Kipley's entitled to them. I can't stop you, but I'm not going to confirm.
So... yeah. Alright. Great, okay. Well, leaders of the group, what would you like us to do?
First,
Well-
we all have to. Oh yes, thank
Oh,
you,
no.
Mustang. Please go.
No,
Please go,
Kipley was
Mustang.
looking at Duradon and Xyrus.
Both Cyrus and
Oh.
Durgadon turn towards Mustang.
I just want my money, but I don't think we're all on the same page about that. And in the spirit of good communication, I would love to hear what the rest of you would like to do. I would like to get paid.
I agree. There's
Would be
nothing
nice.
you're going to. Yeah, you all are gonna have. And he looks down to Mustang. Is Mustang tracking any of this, like on his face of like the brevity of this situation so far?
It's kind of hard to read. You can't tell.
Sorry, my bad, not Mustang. Fucking
Mammoth.
Jesus Christ, Mammoth. Yes, I got my M's mixed up. His Mammoth.
I'm not the only
tracking.
one.
His Mammoth tracking.
What do you mean, any of it? Like the part where we need to
This-
communicate better?
Yeah, like as we've kind of like as Xyrus was saying her bit, and then like Mustang has, said this, and the kind of sarcasm from Kipley. Does Mammoth just kind of look like in his own world, or does it seem like he's tracking in this conversation?
He's listening. He's not completely tracking, but he's not just like zoned out.
Gang shit. I was gonna say, I completely agree with Mustang. I think I don't know what your party's objective is, and that is frustrating, but moving past that, you can't do anything without coin. As much as your power and luck have gotten you to this point, if you don't have gold for better equipment, better tools to get you into places that you can't get with just your power alone. Money makes this world go round. There are things we can't control, but money gets us fucking close to it. And if we can't get that, and you all seemingly, apparently, first off, you all have been an established vassal group, and you've only completed one official job.
Why do you say that with such, like, disdain?
Because like doing the benefit of being a vassal is to do the jobs. The jobs, continuously doing the jobs and succeeding at the jobs gives you the potential to rank up. Ranking up gives you the potential and the access to more jobs, and the thing about doing jobs is the rewards that come with them. So
Oh.
you're perpetually making your pay scale better if you're a higher rank, but they can't really rank you if you're not doing any official jobs.
That's really interesting. Kippley, like, looks back to Mustang. Hey, how long have we been together?
I don't know, a week at least.
She looks to Mammoth. How long have we been together?
I don't know, a week at least.
Oh, one job in a week? That's not too bad.
Reese just kind of sighs and goes, "We've been together for like a month and a half?"
That's still not too bad, considering half of that was travel, right?
No?
And that's under the guise of assuming that vassalship is something that everyone wants to pursue. You all are vassals, but there are things to do outside of that that can bring meaning to life.
Apparently, it's not making money.
Oh, it
Alright.
is Durdon, trust me.
Kippley, like,
Yeah.
jams her arm into her bag. She pulls out her vassalship token and she just turns it over and she starts dumping everything out. She's like, you want some fucking coin? Here, you can have all the coin you want. She dumps everything out. The head
In the
falls out.
middle of the street?
Yep, she kicks the head off to the side. She's like,
Whoa.
here.
How? You dump everything out?
Yeah.
543 gold pieces?
Mm-hmm.
All of your potions in your bag.
Yeah, she's pissed.
Gonna go ahead and just... I mean, it's noticeable. Obviously so.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just making sure those who have the balls to actually do something about it notice. Ooh, okay. Continue.
She
Oh.
puts her coin, shoves it back into her purse. Here you go. It's not 9,000 gold, but you know what? It's something. This is more than I've ever had in my entire life, and you know what? It feels pretty special. Right.
Oh, okay.
She kicks it and she walks off, leaving it behind.
Oh, damn it.
Ron's not shameless. He's picking it up.
Yeah, Mustang's also, with his boot, he's gonna scrape some of the gold closer to him.
The gold went back into the coin. But
Oh.
Durdon, can you go ahead and make me a, if you're proficient with it, a sleight of hand check?
I am not proficient with sleight of hand. I just got 2.
Hell
Got
yes. I got 2 hands and 2
I
modifiers.
got. I'm proficient with stealth, but that shit don't help me out.
Yeah, it's not stealth.
Yeah. He's not a thief. Fortunately / unfortunately.
Also remember if you have any levels of exhaustion for disadvantage.
Okay, I do have disadvantage. That is true. Cool. Disadvantage, sleight of hand. What's that looking like? Not two natural 20s, but a
4.
4.
Cool. So here's the thing. You reach down for the token, and you watch as kind of almost dropping out of nowhere, this little crow raven, you're unsure, swoops down, grabs the token, and just swoops right back off as you sit there stunned for a moment looking up as it just rapidly flaps its wings and continues to fly, looking like it's headed towards the port.
Sorry, grabs the
The
token
token?
or coin?
Grab the coin's in the token.
No, I dumped all
Grabs-
the gold out.
You dumped all the gold out,
Yeah.
so it's on the
Everything
floor.
that's in the token, yeah, she dumped out and
I
stuffed.
apologize. I thought you
No,
said
I'm
you
sorry.
stuffed it back in.
I'm sorry. Yeah, and
That's
she
why we're-
stuffed the
we're
coin
scooping
back
gold.
in her pocket.
Yeah.
Well,
My
Mustang grabs
apologies.
the gold. You watch as this crow and or raven just grabs the token and just goes.
Bad.
Bad. Must be
Grabs Kipley's token?
Yeah.
Wait, no,
She dumped everything out of the token and then took it with her.
Oh, I thought you said you left it on the ground.
No, I'm so
No.
sorry.
I'm sorry. There's
You're
a
okay.
communication confusion.
My apologies. No,
Hey,
yeah.
guys, this is why you need to communicate more.
Essentially, she turned her purse upside down, emptied it out, and then stuffed the purse back in her pocket. So the
Cool.
coin's in her pocket. I'm sorry.
You watch as it grabs 50 gold and flies off.
Yep, that's fair.
My apologies. I thought you.
No,
put the
you're
token to the
fine.
ground.
You're fine.
You know, where's the battle map when you need it?
Duradon, before I go after her, you want to split this evenly here, or maybe I'll
Of
give
course,
you.
I
You could
was-
have. Go ahead.
No, I was splitting it. Listen, she doesn't want the gold. I need potions. Yes,
her
please.
loss.
Split it evenly.
Excellent. All right. I'm glad we could come to an agreement. Now, if you don't mind, I am going to go chase after our little baddie friend. And
Kipley.
he's gonna.
Must
Oh yeah.
know. When we get an opportunity, I really want to talk to you. There's some serious stuff that I want to hold a conversation with you about. But this isn't the time. Just when you get a free chance.
Sure. I'll find you back on the Dragon's Vow. How about that?
Yeah.
He'll give him a nod and then look to Mammoth. Mammoth? Kipley duty? Or you want to stay here with Duradon?
Kipley duty.
All right. And he's gonna head off, try and find Miss Kipley.
As Kipley has run off, Mustang following, Mammoth following, and Duradon, Reese, and Zyrus just kind of left behind, and we watch as a singular black crow flying into the distance with a large bag of gold behind it. We are going to go ahead and take a quick 2 to 3 minute break.
Sir, yes, sir.
Yes,
Right
sir.
now. You guys, never a calm moment. Never a calm moment. You know, I haven't imposed anything yet since you made the deal with the Monarch of Mischief, but I feel like you just naturally are that way. I kind of just have to ease on the brakes because there's no need to stop you. You're already doing it.
The March really like, God damn. I thought I was investing low.
Yeah,
We're playing for your
and selling
job.
high.
They bought penny stock and it just like quadrupled. It's like, well, fuck me.
The
The real
ROI is
Doge
insane on the
ride.
6.
Let it ride. Oh, all right. I'll be right back.
Sounds good.
Very juicy. We've certainly done our part in making sure Dom doesn't have to talk too much.
Yeah. Good shit.
I'm so curious what Duradon wants to talk about. With Mustang of all people.
So we want you to find out.
We'll find out after we get paid.
Yeah. Still gotta take Mammoth to get ice cream. But
Yeah, you do.
anymore. we currently are maybe wanted by the guards. So I have to find ice cream underground. That's not just
That guard was
frozen
a
shit.
bitch, though.
Card was bitch made. One comment about your mom and it made
Yeah,
you
fucking
arrest a
holy
child.
shit. Threw me on the fucking floor, dog. Fuck.
No yo mama jokes on Portcliff. Oh wow, this music's kind of slapping though. Is anyone else in here an artist, or is it just Kaylin?
I am not.
Damn.
You got yourself? You're an artist?
Yeah, I know. I need help.
Oh my god, you and Taylor are carrying the fanfic work. That's the fanfic work. Fan art. Sorry, fan art. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'm starting to practice drawing horses because I have this thing where Mustang, he kind of keeps a journal like Arthur Morgan, and I like work on it as like an art project, his little journal, and he draws a lot of horses, and I'm struggling really hardcore parkour style.
All
Was
right.
he a horse girl? Or horse guy? I guess horse guy is the equivalent.
No, he's a horse girl.
We can all be horse girls in our
We
heart.
can. Seriously, if anyone comes for a visit, I will take you on a horseback ride. If anyone's in California and you want to ride a horse, I got you.
Been
I'm gonna hold you to
alone.
that.
I.
Pull up to the function with.
It's more like, can you hold yourself to it? Because
Oh.
am I going to put you on a Greenbrook horse that's barely been ridden? Maybe. Am I going to
Oh,
film
no.
you falling off?
Yep.
Maybe.
Which,
Oh, God.
by the way, checking in throughout the session so far, you guys have been able to hear me okay, right?
Sir,
Yeah.
yes, sir. Someone
Okay.
slam on something at some point. I don't know who
Yeah,
it
twice.
was. Someone like slammed the door or slammed their keyboard or something. It gave me a spook.
I don't know if that was me, but
It sounded like mic feedback, not like a static or like a crack or something.
Mm,
Yeah, I don't know.
okay. No, I was worried because I realized I was talking in like a semi-hushed voice when I was doing Evelyn, and I was like, I lowered the gain and I lowered the like reading at which my mic takes, so I didn't know if it was picking up, and I was worried that you only heard like half that conversation. That's good. That is good. Okay. Oh, my stress just went for the roof when I was like, this is gonna be an RP session,
Yeah, it is.
and then you motherfuckers
Yeah.
literally less than 5 minutes in, pick a fight.
He didn't have to get so angry over a Yo Mama joke. That was his choice.
Yeah.
You directly insulted a captain of the
He
Pauper.
could have been the bigger person,
Yeah,
and
but
he
he doesn't need to
chose
be
not
such a
to.
baby.
Oh my
Like, how-
god.
No way that he's
no
a
one-
captain of the guard and he's a fucking softie and can't take a little bit of a chain
Has-
being yanked.
Have any of you watched any bit of media or seen any IRL actions of
He's a
a
pig.
underpaid cop who is sick of his job? Because
Doesn't
that's
have
what
to
you
be
just
underpaid.
insulted.
They just have to be having a bad day and stressed out.
That too. Imagine you're guarding an arena that just had a terrorist attack at it, and a smoky fucking jackass walks up, makes a your mama joke, directly
accurate
insults you, and
description.
tries to walk away. Dom will commit to the bit, motherfucker. You think I'm gonna let that slide? Nah.
I would have kept going if I had the chance. I would have kept going. But I knew better.
I will stand by my poor, overworked boys every fucking second of the day.
Just have him make a Yo Mama joke back.
No.
When I say Yo Mama, make him
That
say Yo Mama's
requires them
mama.
to be intelligent or cunning, and they're neither.
Fair enough.
They investigate and they kill things. Two jobs.
Alright. They got 2 modes, I get it.
And also, Kipley tried to walk past them. That really didn't help. If it was the Your Mama joke alone, it probably would have been it. But the fucker just went, I'm one of you.
They didn't try
Um,
to stop me at first. There wasn't any signs or anything that said don't enter.
There was 6 people standing in front of a doorway.
So? That's what happens at parties.
Oh. I lose faith in this party
I
every
don't
day.
know. I've never been
Yeah.
to a party.
You love us and you know it.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll pick up on that note. What's Duradon doing? Let's start simple. What's Jared do? Or what's the fuck? Yeah,
Needs
what
some
is Jared
sanity.
doing?
He's heading back to the ship. This is no longer kind of a safe venture, and at least for right now, it's not good to just be walking around freely. So he's kind of trying to stealth through and make his way on back.
Yeah, you can roll me a stealth check if you like.
That's only a disadvantaged 13.
Okay. It's not as much stealth as more just you mean dog looking anyone that actually notices you and avoiding those who are just kind of going about their day to day. But you begin to head back to the Dragon's Vow. So far, no problem. Where the hell is Kip?
Oh, she was headed back to the ship.
You're also going back to the Dragon's Vow?
She doesn't know this city.
Okay.
She's headed somewhere she
Yeah, that's
knows.
what I was asking.
Yeah.
Okay. So you two are both heading back. So everyone is currently headed back to the Dragon's Vow.
Just in different intervals.
Yeah.
We come in
No.
waves.
I wish you could see the face palm across my face right now.
I'm so sorry.
As we went about the most complicated way of going in the same direction. Everyone with a passive perception above 15 can see each other at different paces and at different distances, all heading in the same motherfucking direction. As you can see, Kipley leading the way because she ran first. Durdon kind of more casually power walking behind. And then Mammoth and Mustang and Reese in tow. Cyrus is just gone. Disappeared to the wind as you all walked off in direction. But is anyone gonna do anything, or are you guys just all gonna converge back at the ship?
Unless I can catch up to Kipley, we'll just meet at the ship.
Are you gonna run after her, or are you just gonna
No,
follow?
no, 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 no. Oh my god. I'm not gonna cause a scene like that.
I was asking. In that case, you're gonna have to converge back unless Kipley drastically slows down her pace. She had a good minute lead on.
I have to do some negotiations. Oh, speaking of negotiations, how much gold did you have, Kipley? 500?
50 got
540?
taken, so I have 493 split between you and Durdon.
Okay.
Oh, and
Let me
4
pull up the
silver.
calculator.
Oh,
Durdon can have the silver.
don't forget about that 4 silver. It adds up.
Mm. Also a potion
All
of
right.
greater healing.
Durdon needs it more. He can have that too.
God damn.
Hey. So, Durdon can have 247 gold, and Mustang will take 245. I think I did the math right. I don't know. I did it in my head. Someone help me.
Sound right to me?
Okay.
Alright, and someone took the potion.
Yeah, Durdon can have it.
Great.
He needs it more. Okay. So are we back on the ship?
Yeah, unless anyone would like to do anything on the way there, you guys can all reconverge back at the ship in your own separate manner.
Okay.
Still there, but still in same condition you left it in. You can see the crew are currently, most of them are either lounging about beneath deck. You can see Jorg, large dragon bowsman, is just kind of repairing and sanding the sides to cover up some of the large gouge. It damaged, excuse me, in the last battle, but that. Oh.
I think I have you at like 160%. You're really soft, Dom.
Am I really soft?
Yeah, you're really soft.
I'm a soft person, I'm right.
Well.
Okay, listen. I'll turn up the gain and I'll ASMR this shit, but there we go. I am lowering my voice a little bit because
Oh, you're alright.
I got a few people trying to sleep.
Oh, that's fair.
Apologies. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank
good.
you.
So I'm basically making out with the mic.
I can feel it.
I was gonna say I cannot. Oh.
That was so the wrong thing to say. I
That's
regretted
so-
it the
so-
second I said it.
All right, I need to take a spin around the block. I'll be right back.
Oh, God. All right. Kipley arrives at the ship. Motherfucker, what am I doing?
You tell me.
Yeah, I say that's not you.
The thing, Megan needs to control herself more often. Right. So, arrives at the ship.
Where does Kipley go once you arrive?
Crow's
What is
nest.
the intention? Crow's nest? Okay. You shimmy your way up. There's... I'm gonna just roll. 1 or 2. Choose one.
2. 1.
Said it. Too late. There is someone up there. You see it's this... Oh god, I forget what I made the crew members. It's been so long. Fuck it. You see there is a half-elf female currently lounging up there having a smoke. As you climb up, your eyes kind of meet. She kind of looks down as you're looking up, and both of you kind of pause. Did you need this space?
Yes.
Oh, do you want me to just...
Yes.
Okay. puts out the cigarette, and begins climbing down the ladder, leaving you alone at the top. What does Kipley do once they're alone in the crow's nest?
She like drops down back against it, the inside of it, and she just like hands in her hair. She like tugs her hair down, and she just like her mind is just chaos at the moment. She's mad. She's confused. She doesn't know what's happening, and she's pissed. And she lost her fucking friend and her head.
Yeah. As you're kind of sitting alone, you can see the. Funny enough, now it's a little more visible since you're wearing the goggles either on your head or on you at all times. You can see a bit of black smoke kind of drifting out of them. Something that hasn't happened in a while, but you have an inkling of why it might be happening, as it kind of just somewhat enshrouds your form.
It's not really a good time. Right. And she just kind of like starts talking, and then she starts humming to herself, like closes her eyes, hands still like gripped into her hair, head bent down, knees to her chest, and she kind of just rocking a bit, and she just starts humming.
You can feel as you rock back and forth, the mist goes with you. And you can't feel any physical form besides the slow rolling of the slightly cold and a little damp mist. But the implication behind it is you can feel a little bit of Ezrin attempting to comfort you from afar, but can't physically manifest in this moment. Duradon, you arrive on the ship.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you headed in this moment?
He's just staying on the top deck and just kind of chilling towards the front of the ship.
Sure.
Or the head of the ship.
Head towards the bow. Gotcha. Manif and Mustang, as you two both begin to approach, you can see Duradon standing at the bow. You can see a few different crew members are kind of beginning to question whether or not you're shoving off. So they're beginning to get things prepared in case, or just kind of standing around ready. But you see Duradon. I don't immediately see Kipley at the moment, but what'd you two do? Excuse me. Yes,
Mustang would tip his hat to Duradon and look around, and upon not seeing Kipley, he'll look back to Duradon and ask, "Have you seen Kipley?"
Do I know or hear any Kipley like noise or atmosphere around?
Yeah, go ahead and make me a perception check.
The crazed murmuring from the crow's nest.
Disadvantage. 9.
Oh,
Natural 1.
buddy.
Yikes.
You have no idea. You have legitimately zoned out for like a minute and a half, and you're having one of those moments where you can just kind of feel like a brain fart going on as you're in the middle of managing so many things. And while Kipley is one of those things to be managed on that list, you are taking a much needed break, so no, you have no idea.
No, I don't. Sorry.
All right, that's okay. I'll be with you in a minute. And he's gonna see if he can find Kipley.
Yeah. Go ahead and make me either investigation or perception check.
Yeah, we're gonna perceive. Got a +7 there. Oh shit. I'm gonna use my inspo.
What's your roll?
A 10.
10? Okay. You can
Okay,
use it if
that's
you
better.
want.
26.
Ooh.
It takes you a few minutes. You can't physically see her because of the crow's nest, but you see pissed off, or not pissed off, just kind of like sad looking half elf woman smoking on one of the towards the helm of the ship. You see occasionally she just kind of glances up at the crow's nest, looking both concerned and annoyed. For context clues, you stare at it for a few seconds and you see the rolling of just a slight bit of mist, and you can hear as you begin to approach and climb the rope ladder leading up, little murmurs and hums coming from above.
Okay. Well, we're going up there.
You climb up.
All
You
right.
can hear Mustang, or you can hear somebody climbing and approaching Kipley as the ladder kind of shifts and sways.
She kind of tucks her head down a bit.
It doesn't look down the ladder.
No, she's like
Okay.
she's like sat down, hunched down in the crow's nest.
Okay. Well, he's gonna keep climbing up, and as he gets a little closer, you know, you're already surrounded by one kind of black mist and smoke that's cold, but eventually a black smoke that's warm enters the crow's nest as Mustang pokes his head up, and he looks at you, and he says, "Do you mind if I join you up here, sweetheart?
I'm not sweet.
You're sweet to me."
She drops her arms to her side and like lets her head fall back against the crow's nest. No, yeah, of course.
Right, he'll finish climbing up then, and he'll find a seat next to you, and he'll also kind of lean back against the crow's nest. That was a lot, wasn't it?
This has been like an insane week.
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
Like we fought an island. There was a monster. We came here. We got wrapped up into some kind of tournament fighting more monsters. I did something possibly stupid, and then everyone's mad because we didn't get paid, which I kind of knew that was going to happen. And then the heralds came, and now Rictus is gone. Rictus is fucking gone.
Yeah, but from the sounds of it, they need him alive, which is grim to say out loud, but it means that we have a chance. And the island, you know, I'm willing to accept responsibility for that. That was my fault. But I'm not mad at what happened.
I don't.
And just as I would hope you're not mad about the island, we're both just trying to do what our instincts are telling us.
I'm not mad. If anything, you made a choice. You went with what you thought was right. We're not always going to be right. And anyone who thinks they are is a fucking narcissist. And you know what? I don't want to be friends with someone like that.
And I totally agree. Everyone has their principles, and I think it's honorable to stick to it. But I think there is wisdom in Duradon and even Reese. She had a chat with you about talking about what it is that we want with one another. I know that
No,
the most important thing to me is my freedom. And if I were in your shoes and I saw something like that creature, knowing that its freedom had been taken away, I might have done the same thing.
You know, if it had been a different situation, like if we had literally actively watched it killing something that didn't deserve it, that would have been different. But it wasn't. You know what? It doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter. What? What do you want to do next, Mustang?
Well, of course, there's the things that I want to do.
Which are
I'd
what?
give anything to get away from all these world-ending, life-ending problems. Before I found my way to Paradise Peak and met a lot of you all, the kind of jobs I did, it had to do with helping the little people and just trying to make life better for people who couldn't really do it themselves. It wasn't, that there's some big angelic creature chained up or there's an island that's alive and it wants to kill you and your friends are getting kidnapped and dying, and it'd be nice to do something simple again. And I think as nice as that sounds, I know that we have bigger fish to fry. What do you want, Miss Kipley?
Simple sounds nice.
Doesn't it? Well, simple's what you want. I know someone that I could reach out to. He's a simple job kind of guy. Knows what I like.
Ghibli kind of looks down for a long moment. There's something happening on an island called Ravenaka. I'm fairly certain it's world-ending type shit. I feel like it's something we're supposed to go do. We can ignore it. And we can go do the simple. And we can be happy. Until the world ends.
Mustang's gonna sigh. How big's the crow's nest?
Is barely big enough to fit both you up there.
Okay. Well, Mustang, he's gonna slump down so his head's kind of near the floor of the crow's nest, and his feet are coming up over the wall and hanging off the side. And he takes off his hat and he puts it on his chest, and he's like, "There it is, the bigger fish." Well, I know that I personally would not be very pleased if someone out there knew that the world was gonna just end and then did nothing. Because I'm living in it and I want to keep living. So I suppose it's only fair to the somebody out there who's thinking the same damn thing that we skip out on the simple thing.
To be fair, Mustang, I think this world is dying whether we do anything or not.
Really? Does that have to do with what you know about this Ravenica place?
All I know is there's answers there that I need.
Well, simple's just a want. If answers are what you need, then we gotta get you what you need.
And what about what you need?
No. As long as I've got my gun and some gold in my pocket, I'll make do. Don't worry about what I need. Like I said, we got some bigger fish to fry, and every trail's got some puddles along the way, but I'll make it through. And eventually, we can get what I need.
How did you get away from the Heralds earlier? Because we were
Oh.
both taken.
Yeah. I didn't really want to talk about all that in front of everyone, but I'll talk about it with you. I felt like I was having a dream for the first half. It was a real crazy one. I can't really put together the pieces, but when I awoke, it was like I was in the back seat, my own body, my own person. Someone else was in the driver's seat. And whoever they were mean and they were angry and, I hate to say it, they were a little badass. And they kind of gave a speech to that Grace guy, and there's definitely something going on there, but after that, he opened up a can of whoop-ass on 30 or 40 heralds and killed them all, suffocating them.
Who was
What about
this?
you? What was that?
Who was this?
I don't know.
Just a random stranger?
No, it was me, but it wasn't me. Imagine that my mind was like a carriage, and someone has the reins and the other person is just along for the ride. I was just along for the ride. Someone else had the reins.
Is this the first time that's ever happened to you?
Yeah, I hope so. Given the way it messed with my memory, who knows, but I think so. When those people died, I could feel it. Never felt anything like that before. So I reckon it would be the first time. How'd you get out of there?
Same. Something took over. A lot of people died. And the clock ran out.
Do you know who might have had the reins?
She has like a distant gaze that like kind of raises and looks at you for a long moment. I had the reins.
You sure?
She kind of blinks a bit. Do you think they've started dinner yet? Did you get my head?
Ripley, if you're not comfortable talking about it, I would much prefer you saying that rather than trying to change the subject. But if you ever do want to talk about it, I think I'm the closest person that's going to understand what that was like.
She kind of leans forward a bit. You watch her pupils dilate a bit as she switches her position, kind of crawling almost forward towards you, more like on her hands and knees now. Mustang, I wanted nothing but silence. I wanted black woods, decay, cold winds. I wanted to be twisted and turned. I wanted to be in unison with a dying planet. But eventually the clock always runs out. She kind of blinks a bit and sits back a little. I have to go to Ravinica. It doesn't have to be right away, but I know there's things happening, and I don't have enough gold to pay off Doradon. So if we need to do other jobs, then we need to do that.
You see that Mustang's eyes, they're kind of wide. And as you kind of back away and go back to your original sitting position, his gaze kind of softens and he looks at you with more concern rather than shock and horror. And he's gonna prop himself back up and put his hat back on and take a deep breath and sigh. Well, Kipley, whatever you've got going on inside, and he kind of gestures to the whole of her. I think Duradon not getting his money is the least of your concerns. I think we should focus on getting to Ravenica, because if that has to do with all that, and he's going to gesture at you again, I think some answers are definitely in order. Besides, Duradon's kind of a sourpuss. This vassal shit is it's a load. Who cares if we're building our repute or not?
Like, I feel like Maeve actually cared about us.
She did. You know, take it from someone who's probably closer to being like Duradon than they are to being like you. As long as there's a payday in sight, he'll stick around.
Yo, I don't have any more money.
The payday's not coming from you. From whoever your boss lady is.
Maybe.
Now, are you really hungry or are you just saying that?
No, I'm really hungry. We haven't eaten since yesterday.
Kipley,
What?
as those words leave your lips, you know it is a lie.
Oh.
As right now, you feel no hunger at all. For whatever reason. You say it still, but it dawns on you that you should be hungry. But you aren't.
Her head just kind of tilts a little bit, thoughtful, but she doesn't say anything more about it.
Out of game, just so I'm not acting a fool, since I missed the solo session, none of us know of this development, right?
There's no physical change and nobody knows.
Okay,
At least
just
for the
making
moment.
sure.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Well, let's go check it out then, Kipley. Do you want me to bring you something up here, or you feeling like you want to come down?
Oh. I'm in. Yeah, fuck it. God damn it. She climbs up, gets on the fucking ladder, and she starts shuffling down.
Angry shuffling noises continue. In the meantime, while this is all happening, Mammoth, where are you at, and what is the little guy doing?
He'd probably just wander around the ship, and he'd make his way to
Oh.
the what?
Just-
He'd make his,
Poor
make his way
Mammoth.
and just start poking around.
Oh, so you're just exploring in the meantime?
Yeah,
Roam free. Sure, go ahead and give me. I'm gonna give me a D6 roll. Six. You head downstairs briefly to the lower levels, and as you kind of pass into the threshold of the much darker interior, you are met with this large, abnormally so, large frame, as the hulking body of Jorg is currently just fixing what looks like to be a large splinter in one of the support beams. It kind of looks down at you as you approach. And none of you've talked to any of the crew that you've hired so far. But you see he just kind of looks down, smiles as you approach.
Hi.
Oh, hey, hello there. What are you doing there, buddy? You looking
I don't know. Just kind of wandering around. What are you doing?
Oh, I'm fixing the splinter up here. When you all got attacked by the giant, tentacle island thingy, one of the hits got one of the support beams. This isn't a load bearing beam, luckily, but I still want to repair it just in case.
Oh, well, thank you.
Oh, it's my job. Do you want to help?
Sure.
Oh, why don't you come here, bud? And you see he takes
All right.
this large crate of wood and just sets it down next to him and goes, "Oh, do you need help reaching?" You can see it's about like 5-6 feet up off the ground.
He'll look kind of like embarrassed, or like his cheeks will go red, and he'll say, "Yes, please."
Oh, right there. Brat, he offers his hand and lifts you up onto his shoulder and just kind of moves over to the splinter and goes, "So what you're gonna do here is we're gonna take this nice little ball," and he produces like very like kind of large, almost 4 by 4 inch wooden ball. Kind of passes it up to you and goes, "Just rub that along the scratch there for a few moments, and I'm gonna go get the mending spell prepared. That's just gonna buff out any scratches or any small splinters."
Oh, all right.
As you rub
And
it back
all
and forth, you can see
the
it.
balls.
Yeah, it rolls up against the wood very nicely. You can see it does break off a few of the kind of the minor splinters in the wood. And begins to kind of make it, at least the less damaged portions, look uh like it's in pretty good condition. And as he kind of goes to begin casting mending, he goes, "Oh, I know you're one of the owners of the ship, and I saw you can cast magic. Do you know the spell mending?"
I do, yeah.
"Oh, would you like to help me with this then?"
Yeah.
We can cast it together. Normally, this would
Alright.
take a few attempts or a few separate cast-ins, but I think if we both do it, it should go nice and smoothly.
I believe it.
All right. And he puts his hand on one side of the crack, and you can put your hand on the other. He goes, "All right, ready? 1, 2, 3," and begins chanting. And you see his chanting is, instead of common, kind of sifts into like a natural, more draconic. So it goes, "All right, I'm going to be beginning to cast. Here we." He just kind of does like a little bit of draconic throat singing. And you see the large splinter beginning to slowly mend together. And on your side, you watch as instead of the kind of wood slowly inching back together, you watch as little, almost saplings begin to sprout out of the splinter and begin to produce new wood, kind of fill in the large gap instead of creating, or excuse me, instead of kind of binding that is which already exists. As you can see, a few splinters from the floor begin to creep up into the pillar and eventually seals it nice and tight. "Oh, would you look at that? You're a natural bowsman.
You think?
I think you got a real talent for ship working. If this whole vessel ship thing doesn't work out for you."
Well, that's good to know.
"Oh, yeah. Also, you're the one that tends to the plants, right?"
That's me.
I think one of your little grubs looks almost done. Or almost about to sprout. Got a big old bulb on top of its head.
Oh, yeah, okay.
That's all. Thanks for the help. And he kind of
Yeah,
sets you back down on the ground. If
let
there's
me know if you
anything
need
you need,
anything
I'll
else.
just be around. Oh, no, I'm fine. I just enjoy the
Alright.
company.
Alright.
Well, have a good one.
You too. Bye-bye.
He waddles off and begins working on some of the other kind of minor injuries to the ship. But as you go back above deck, you can see the planner box. It's not ready, but as you look at the awakened shrub, it does look like it has grown quite a bit. And you have a feeling that probably by tomorrow or the day after, it's gonna sprout.
Go!
Anything else that Mammoth does in the meantime? Or anything that you would like to do?
No.
You see Kipley and Mustang climb down from the crow's nest ladder above. And you can see Duradon at the edge of the ship as you're all kind of haphazardly gathered on the Dragon's Vow. As a party, is there anything that you would all like to do? You're now kind of all in one place for the moment.
Oop.
Oh, bye, Ursix. I'll miss you.
Kipley kind of looks at Mammoth for a moment, reaches for him to like check him over, but like pauses before touching him and just kind of pulls her hands back. You all right? Did they rough you up at all?
Oh, I'm okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
Whoa.
Did you get your ice cream?
No. Not yet.
Kipley, her eyes narrow and she turns and looks towards the bow. Duradon.
No, that's okay. I figured it wasn't the time.
She holds up one finger. I'm fairly
Yo.
certain he just picked up half of my gold. He can buy you some fucking ice cream.
Right?
What are you doing up there?
Nothing at the moment.
I'm
Why?
not surprised. Did you get enough gold?
Okay. Yeah. What is it, Kipley? What is the thing that you're doing here? What is this leading to?
Nothing. I'm just pissed off. Just ignore me. Do you want to get him some ice cream, or are we just leaving?
I don't know if you remember the stunt you all pulled where currently it's not the best idea to go back in the city.
Right. Yeah. Do you want to be a part of this group?
What are we having this conversation, or is this just a thing to make you more upset or to prove a point? What
I just want to
is this a
know.
legitimate?
Yeah.
I don't feel one way or the other about being this group. What I do feel one way or the other about is giving you all the best chance at surviving any of this. I don't expect to believe that I'm going to be some crucial part or aspect of the six or any of your lives personally. That you all survive and that you do okay
Why?
in whatever your goals are. What do you mean, why?
Why would you give your life to something that you don't give two shits about?
That's a complicated answer. Um,
It's not a complicated question.
all right. Uh, Mostly because I'm obligated to. Uh, but another portion is because I'm curious.
About?
All of you. This group, this six.
That doesn't mean anything. Harold's are curious of us too.
Sure. But I mean, what are you asking without trying to directly ask it?
If Evelyn weren't involved, you wouldn't be here, would you? You would leave us.
I don't know. I don't know. We're not in that situation though. Can't tell you for sure what I would and wouldn't do if the key factor for us meeting in the first place didn't exist.
And if she gave you the okay to go?
Depends on how I'm leaving you. If you're alive, then I go. If you're in danger of some sort, I at least have the decency to make sure that you're not in there anymore. Uh, I'd probably go.
It's good to know my life is worth as much gold as you picked up.
Who said that?
I did.
Sounds like you have shitty self-esteem, if that's the case.
You know,
Maybe. Maybe I'm just looking for people I can trust. A world where everyone seems to have their own motives and incentives.
People you can trust are only as good as they are at surviving, staying alive.
She kind of smirks a bit. Well, I think that story's been told already.
Why do you feel that you need to have these people that you can trust? What do you want, Kipley? I think that gets down to kind of the core of a lot of headbutting that we're going to do. What do you want? Because I'm not sure if living is a part of your desires. And I can understand if you want to do good in the world. But you're sporadic. You do everything. If the good you want to do is just based off of a whim and what you see directly in front of you, then you're doing no good to anyone. If you want to shift and change this world and you became a vassal for a reason, I'm not shitting on your capability to do good, your capacity to do good things, and to even shift and change this world. But you're not going to make any meaningful change by just going off of a whim and a desire that you see in front. You have to have a plan. You have to evaluate the cost of what you're doing. If you care about these people that you're searching to trust in and find these trusted individuals, when does it come into factor their safety? Can they trust you while you're looking for people to trust in?
Maybe not. She kind of shrugs and gives a little nod. And looks to Mustang and then to Mammoth and then to Reese. And she just kind of takes a step back. Wherever you want to go. Whatever you want to do. I have nothing left. And I'm willing to build it with all of you. Whatever that looks like.
So we're all in earshot of this, just to be clear?
I think so.
Okay. Well, assuming you just said that to everyone, Mustang, he's going to kind of squat down a bit so he's closer to Kipley's height, not so far away. And he's gonna take off his hat again and look at her. And he has a kind of a contemplative fire in his eyes. Kipley, whatever the life that lies ahead for you, regardless of what happens, and I know you've always meant well, and I think even if you say that you have nothing, I think you still have something, whether it be good or bad. You have that business on Vinica. Once we get that shit out of the way, any shit like that out of the way, it'll be all the sweeter when we can start doing the simple thing.
Yeah, Kipley's eyes are kind of unfocused, kind of looking at you, but kind of looking past you. And she just kind of gives a little bit of a nod.
Mustang will nod back, he'll stand up, put his hat back on, and he'll look at Duradon, kind of point at him with his non-existent smoky chin. You wanted to talk?
I do.
He's gonna look at his compatriots, and then back at Duradon, and then kind of back over at the captain's quarters.
As in, like, he's...
Nonverbal communication, like he's pointing with his face.
Oh, okay, about where we want to talk about
Yeah,
this.
like if it's a private thing, he's communicating non-verbally.
Gang shit. Duradon's gonna start walking towards the captain's quarters.
Mustang will follow, and he will hold the door for the Savage Hunter.
The door is locked.
Great.
Okay.
It's the captain's quarters. I'm sorry. I don't want to do this to you, but
Is Cyrus in there?
no, not to your knowledge.
It's
Well,
all
why would
right.
you leave it unlocked?
Reese has the gloves.
I can also walk through the door.
Yeah, and I was also gonna say you can just walk through the door, but you
I don't know.
never-
I'm walking through the door, and I'm gonna
It's
unlock it.
locked. You walk in and you unlock the door, but it is locked. It makes sense to lock a ship in a city of crime.
You're right. You're right.
You open it, and you can see the room is in semi-good condition. The bed is made. There is a stab wound and a very nice-looking chair. But besides that, most, if not everything else, is currently tucked away.
A stab wound in a chair
Yeah, Duradon stabbed a chair with a dagger.
while they were doing it?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, is there any signs of a rope in
No.
here?
There was a meaty moment where Duradon wanted to make sure that he was safe alone in the room, and I said the only funny thing that he hadn't seen in this room before was the chair that Cyrus had imported, because it was very fancy and out of place. So
I
he
don't
stabbed
remember
it
that
to make
at
sure it was
all.
a mimic. It happened right after Mimic Island.
That's hilarious.
He stabbed a chair to make sure it wouldn't bleed. And Dom remembered. Because you stabbed a
gracious.
chair. Continue.
Well, Mustang's gonna sit his dirty ass down in this fancy chair.
Soot instantly turns the red velvet cushion black.
He's just gonna look at Durdon expectantly.
Durdon is going to close the door behind them, if it's not already closed. He's going to say, listen, I come off as an asshole, and that's fine. That's expected. You don't gain a name like I did by being particularly a nice person. I try to be very straightforward, honest, even when it makes me look stupid. But I'm not. I understand the brevity of authority. I understand that while I may seem like a savage, the importance of a society. I also understand the importance of a group, even if I prefer to work alone. And making sure that that group stays healthy and alive to accomplish whatever their desires are, I understand more so than anything else. I've lived and come from a people that were more obsessed with their objective than they were with caring for each other and caring for their own. I've seen the blood and the death that comes at the cost of acting on impulse and not giving thought to tomorrow and what can be done tomorrow. I'm also observant to know and see how these people look to you. Kipley, Reese, Mammoth. They seem to notice your charm and gravitation. It's almost like you're a celestial body that they gravitate towards whether they know it or not. You speak, they listen. You joke, they laugh. You provide remorseful comment, they swoon and may even shed a tear or two. My impressions left on this party are what they are. But one way or the other, whether it's because of an objective or what Madame Kroll said or money or whatever people feel my core motivation is, it all leads to the desire to make sure that they stay alive, that you all stay alive. And as I've displayed, I'm willing to throw myself in front of any danger to do my part in making sure that that's okay. But I want it to be meaningful. That I'm risking my life for any of this. And I'm hoping that you can develop as a leader to stray them towards the success they're looking for.
You see Mustang, the ghost. Looks like he's seen a ghost. Listening to you talk. And he kind of puts his head in his hands and groans. And he's like, wow, way to put my fat in the fire, Duradon. You figure me to be the leader type then, huh? That's, at least something. And if he had teeth, he would be speaking through his teeth. Duradon, just going back to what you said earlier, I don't think, well, maybe I should only speak for myself. I don't think I ever thought you were stupid or rash or anything like that. I know that meanness, it isn't a thing that happens overnight. And it's a product of someone who's been through a lot and seen a lot. And when you get to that point where you can stop setting a bad example, that's when you start giving out good advice. And even if your delivery isn't perfect, you do give solid advice. I'd say 92% of the time. But me being a leader, I've spent my life running from that kind of thing, running from taking care of people and looking out for others. It's never been my thing, you know?
A wise old man once told me that leadership and responsibilities like it should be given to those that loathe receiving it. For they are the ones that truly know the weight of such a responsibility. Maybe this is what you need.
Maybe. My legs are gonna get tired at some point. Gotta quit running. Duradon. Oh, go ahead.
No, you please go ahead.
Oh, it was just something slightly off topic, and figured maybe I'd have more luck asking than Miss Kipley. You know, she's got good intentions, but you know, just like you, her delivery can be a little off. Just man to man, who's in a situation who he really doesn't want to be in. What really does drive you?
Uh, mm. I think that what it gets me up every morning. Maybe the hunt, but somewhere deep down, what motivates me to continue living, I think, is people like Kipley. People that want to do some type of good in this world. I've accepted that while I may already be too tainted to truthfully walk that path, I can at least be strong enough to uplift those that are able to make true change. And sometimes the most optimistic people are the easiest ones to fall and die for the plight of the few. Hipley really wants to make change, or people like Hipley really want to make change. There are hard sacrifices that have to be made. And they have to live to be able to do anything of value. I think that I search for somebody that is, whether I know it or not, and whether I give thought to it, I wander in search of somebody that isn't just all talk, but they have the power and strength to do and be and make a reality where people can exist in some peace. Somebody that is or can grow or can create the power to realize some of the desires of my people. Though they are dead, all they ever wanted was a place that was their own. Land that was sacred. And a community to be safe within. I think that's why they quarreled with the Druids to start with. They just wanted a home. And, yeah.
Very quickly, Duradon.
Mm-hmm. See.
Can you go ahead?
See?
Hey,
See?
don't you dare use Elvish in this room, young man.
Oh my god.
Can you go ahead and roll me a charisma saving throw very quickly?
What is happening?
I didn't want to interrupt because you were going off, King, but
I have disadvantage on these. That's gonna be fucking. Oh,
that's unfortunately a disadvantage.
Disadvantage.
So you if you were of right mind, and of normal mind for that matter, it occurs to Jared that in that moment of realism and recognizing the sins that you have committed, but you can still be useful to others, would have been a moment where Antreus would have chimed in. Whether agreeing, whether trying to affirm your beliefs in one way or another. You just find it strange that you are able to have that full thought without any kind of either arguing disagreement or even confirmation in this case. But for Duradon, what sets in the most is even though you've said it before and recognized it as a person, for some reason, the statement of, I don't know, I don't think that my sins can be forgiven, or that I, because of my past actions, can make change that is good. For one reason or another, you find that to be a lie. The rest of the statement holds true, but in the back of your mind, you have a questionable bit of doubt as to why that piece of information is bothering you. Of why you feel as if something you accepted was wrong long ago isn't in this moment. That's all.
Okay. He doesn't admit that it's false. That's too much to backtrack.
Oh, for sure.
But he does think about this changing, this shifting.
I'm sorry if I interrupted you, Ash, in case you were responding.
So I wanted to make sure that I wasn't interrupting anything. Mustang, he's not really looking at you. He's kind of got like one hand propping up his face with the elbow on the chair. Oh, this chair does have an armrest, right?
It does. It's a very
Okay,
nice
sweet.
chair.
I was about to look really dumb if I didn't.
It's just holding your arms up in the air.
Yeah, a little mime action. He does have a +10 in performance, so it'll probably be a pretty good mime. Duradon, I think that sounds like a very noble way for a man to try to atone for his sins. But don't discredit yourself too much. We've all done awful things one way or another, maybe some awfuler than others. I won't deny you that. But I have to wonder, say you support someone who changes the world and there's a peaceful, sacred land that you've dreamt of. What happens for you after the redemption? What's next for Duradon the Savage Hunter?
Well, one of two things. Either Duradon, the Savage Hunter, passes with the malice of his people, or he finds someone or something to continue defending. If this new world has a place for someone like me, then it would fall as my duty to protect that place. But this new world has no need for a hunter or someone filled with the malice of 1,000 souls. Then I think I can leave behind what memories and testaments of warning my existence brought. Sometimes we don't all need to experience the happy ever after to accomplish what we were looking for.
I can't deny that. Not all of us will see the happy ending, but I sure hope you do. And whether or not you have a place in this new world, and I know there will be a new world, even with just one Kipling, she's got this fire in her, and I'd like to say I'm an expert on having fire in you. I think if she wanted, she could burn bright enough to change the world. And whether or not that happens, I think it will. If you don't have a place in the old world, at least for now, you've got a place in this one. At least, I think so. Even if Kipley's a little weird about it. I like having you around.
I appreciate that. It's nice to have someone like having me around other than for what I can do.
What you can do is impressive, but I think there's definitely more to you than that. Not even if not everyone sees it. I see it now, especially now, and I hope I get to see it more in the future. It was nice of you to open up to me.
I'm happy that you took this a lot uh, better than I think others would have. All things considered, I do think you'll make an excellent leader.
Oh God, that's such a dirty word.
Yeah, there's you'll enjoy it. It comes with perks. It comes with fun. It comes with authority. But most importantly, I think that you own something that no one else truthfully has, and Kipley touched on it a bit. I think these guys, this six, trust you, whether they realize it or not.
God, I'm sick and I ain't even got a stomach. But I can see where you're coming from. And think it is time that I have the beating the gods sort of moment with that. And you've given me a lot to think about, Duradon.
You as well, funny enough.
Well, I have always considered myself to be a bit of a provocateur. And you can see he's being facetious.
I could, you joke, but I could see it. I think, you are an interesting individual. I've seen many groups. I've seen many people, and you have been the most interesting in a while. But by the means, I I feel like I would have come across an interesting individual like yourself a while in the game. I didn't see you in the most recent tournament. Um, who do you work with for your vassalship?
I work for me, myself, and I, bucko. I would never become a vassal. I think that's a load of steaming horse shit.
Oh, I mean, that's fair. You've never thought
Yeah,
about the
look what it's done for
perks?
you.
Yeah. Oh well, I'm not a. I chose an interesting individual. Again, following the whole, they can shape a bigger world. It, I chose an interesting one, but there are others out there that may suit you better.
I think what suits me better being far, far away from Paradise Peak and its sponsors, and then I'm still far away from Paradise Peak and I can't get away from the sponsors. Oh, God's above. I I consider myself an independent contractor. I've got some connects within the Florist Alliance, and they usually send me work when I need it. But I haven't been in.
Hmm. I mean, the Florist Alliance is kind of like your sponsor in a way. Different, of course, concept, but also kind of similar.
Yeah, they don't make me get like a funny tattoo behind my ear or carry around a token. None of that. I get to be who I want, when I want, do the job, not do the job. It's all up to me. But
You
of
say you
course,
like your freedom.
I do. Of course, it's not really that way anymore, is it? He's gonna kind of look at the door to the captain's quarters.
Mhm.
Not at all. So, fearless leader, what's the move? What is the six doing from here?
Well, given what Kipley's told me, I think we need to head to this Ravinica place. But of course, I'd want to, like you said, in the spirit of good communication, talk to everyone about they feel, and maybe talk again with Kipley about how she feels. She seems deeply disturbed, more deep than normal.
Dordon looks at you like dead in your soul, and he will say, "Fucking please." Please, for the love of everything that is great in this world, whatever you can do, please convince them to go towards Ravenica.
Hmm.
I have been fucking distraught and unable to voice my desire to head in that fucking direction until somebody had the ability and inclination to voice it other than myself. Please, please, I beg of you.
Well, I'm more than obliged, but what do you know about Ravenica?
I know that I have I have to get people there. Don't know a lot personally. Um, but it is a large portion of my kind of like connection. Um, can't give the specifics, but it's really important that we get there. Now, more than anything, it's important that I don't know before I continue talking. Okay. Now more than anything, it's important that we get there fucking safe. And all of you now get there safely.
Well, I don't think anyone's arguing with you there. I just wish we knew more. It's a sucky thing. Riding into a storm, blind. But if that's the way it must be, so be it. You couldn't ask your sponsor, could you?
Yeah, I think the most that I can give you, is that some shit's going down. We're not gonna go there and experience rainbows and sunshine and all the kind
Damn it.
and pleasant things offered to us. It will be struggle. It will certainly, more than likely, be strife. So, where we're going, there's going to be little hope, less sunshine, and we need to be in one accord on defending ourselves, what we're there for, and we can't stray. This going by the whim, going off the cuff, from the sounds of it, that type of behavior will have us meeting the gods sooner than later.
All right. Too bad. Was hoping for a little rainbows and sunshine. Maybe we can get some along the way. But if it's that serious, I suppose we don't have time to sit around and squat on our spurs. We might as well tell the crew it's time to head out of here.
That may be the thing as well, leader. It's
Oh God, don't call me that, Duragon. Just call me Mustang, please.
um it gets under your skin the other way. Um it While it's very imperative that we get there, and that's never going to be something that I diminish. It can be very helpful that we maybe garner some experience, gain some uh, allies, resources, things of that sort before we commit to it. Because again, not saying that anyone here is weak, um, but a, a warm worm's breath in the wrong direction, I feel, can knock a lot of people off.
I am picking up what you are putting down. And that would leave us with 2 options then. Like you said, even though I believe it's kind of a load of shit, everyone else increasing their reputation as vassals, it wouldn't hurt anybody. Or I have my guy. And I suppose I could present those 2 options to everyone and see what they want to do.
As a good leader does. You
Those
already
also
know.
aren't the only options. If you're going to talk in my room, please respect the lock on it. There's other places on the ship that don't have locks, especially the captain's quarters. You see as Iris's invisibility drops. I was waiting with good news, but you just kept talking. Also, please get out of my chair.
Oh,
It's
yes, ma'am.
very
And he'll get up.
expensive. And it's just covered in soot, and you see she snaps her fingers and precipitates it into a ball that begins just looming after you, slowly sifting back into your form. Jor's alliance isn't going to be the most useful of jobs. There's also others that we can reach out to, but if you're going after this island, it certainly wouldn't be a bad idea, as Durdon said, to do more jobs that will help you get gold, that will help you get items, or information, or anything that makes you stronger, smarter, or better. And to start that off, I would like your sincerest thanks. And you see she mic drops a large sack of coin onto the table in front of her and just kind of ting, 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 ting.
Oh!
I didn't get all of it because you fucked up so royally. There's 500 gold for each of us. And I paid for her services. And there's a knock at the door. Come in. And you hear, so it opens up, and you see a roughly like 5'6", 5'7", black-haired woman in a lab coat, partially open, and just kind of wearing what looks like to be the most mismatched piece of clothing you've ever seen. As she just has like the most dead eyes and walks in and goes, "Let's get this over with. Who amongst you needs restoration?" Cyrus goes, we'll gather up all of the crew, but start with him. As you see, this fine little lass, which the party will recognize Durdon. Actually, yeah, Durdon will too. Not directly, but all of you have seen a very similar looking woman before. That is pretty damn close to the resemblance of the nurse that you saw back at the guild hall in Paradise Peak. She walks on over to Duradon and places a hand on your shoulder and will cast Greater Restoration, and you will lose 1 level of exhaustion. And what does that bring you down to?
3 levels of exhaustion.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I was at 5. I almost died.
Oh!
Yes, sir. You see,
I'm sorry, I did die, and I almost
you
died
did.
again from
You
exhaustion.
did. Yeah. Hey, it felt so nice. Gotta do it twice. You see, Zyrus goes and looks at Mustang and goes, "Why don't you be a dear, fearless leader and go gather the rest of your friends?"
Oh my god. Cyrus, not you too.
Mm.
And, of course, Sincerest thanks for. And then he's gonna kind of leer over at the pouch of gold to try and get an eye on all the gold inside.
A lot.
Mm-mm-mm.
Estimated to be boop an items channel, 3,000 GP, half of what you were going to get paid, only because Cyrus rolled a 19. She goes, later. We'll divvy it out when everyone's here, if you could please.
Ah, you're such a tease. And then I'll walk out and go grab everyone else.
As Mustang leaves, you see Cyrus looks at you. Duradon. I don't think it is wise to leave a role like that open, especially leadership, but he's at least charismatic. You, though, should probably be one of the people making decisions for the most part. And as a personal thank you for what you did in the arena, she puts what looks like to be a stone icon in front of you. Kind of looks like a vassalship token, but thinner, smaller. And she goes, you can wear it. It will attach to any armor, clothing, or you can just put it in your bag. But when you're in a moment of need, I will remember what you did. Also, hit him again because he looks like shit. And you see the woman in the lab coat nods and restores another level of exhaustion off of you.
Duradon's gonna kind of smile. He's gonna say, "Oh, I thought I looked very handsome." Um,
You were
and he's
exhausted. You were probably delusional.
okay. All right, that's fine.
She gives a slight laugh and just kind of pats your shoulder. Rousing conversation, though. Just maybe don't do it where I have secret entrances to.
Speaking of conversations, we have one that will need to be had fairly soon here.
Yeah. But I will bring up, I would much rather work for the Chain Collectors than the Thor Alliance. I think you and I both know that's going to benefit this party with the two of us in it more just Mustang's connections. Which I doubt all that.
Yeah, it's fair. But it's oh, it's about convincing them. It's about convincing them
And
to get
that
people
is
out.
what we shall try and do. The party is gathered. We're all brought into the captain's quarters. You can see Zyrus is now sitting in her plush comfy chair. And you see there are bags of gold on the table. And the rest of you all see the medic standing by Zyrus with a kind of tired smile on her face. She greets you. Who has, for the sake of sakes, the most levels of exhaustion here? I know Kipley has 2 left.
Okay.
I also have two.
Oh, I thought I just had one. Maybe I have two.
2. No, because you finished the long rest, so you would have 1. Yeah.
Okay.
But Mustang has 2.
I have 2.
And Mammoth, I don't think you have any that I remember, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So she will use her last 5th level spell slot on Mustang to bring you down to 1. And then Zyrus will transfer spell slot to her so she can do 1 more on Duradon. That way, the highest that anyone's at is 2. You see just a little bloody nose begin to leak out of Zyrus as she wipes it away after transferring the spell slot. And everyone is back in decent health and exhaustion levels as she goes, all right, that's all that you paid for. All of you have a wonderful day. Welcome to Portcliff. Kind of saunters out, walking past the crew as Zyrus gestures for everyone to sit down. I believe half of us know what was discussed, but for those who don't, we have a number of options that we can go in. It seems like, for the most part, from my understanding, you all want to head to this island of Ravinica, or Ravinica, or however you say it. I'm fine with this option. Mustang has voiced his desire to potentially do jobs along the way, as has Duradon. At least in the meantime. You have the options of reaching out to the guild and progressing your vassalship. Mustang briefly mentioned that there is a chance that he has connections within the Flora's Alliance.
Kipley's ears twitch.
And since we are going to be working together in full honesty going forward in the future, she rolls up one of her sleeves and you see a long chain tattoo running across it for her right arm. I myself am a member of the Chain Collectors and have many contacts in as well. So that's 2 brotherhoods that we have potential connections with, and your guilds and sponsors. I advise that we try not to spread ourselves too thin, depending on our timeline that you would like to stick to. Which, by the way, just because. See, you see Zyrus does kind of glance out of the corner of her eye at Kipley as you shudder at Flora Alliance. Kipley, do you have a timeline or idea of how soon you need to get to this island?
Nope.
Would you like to spitball one?
Nope.
Sooner or later.
Her eyes kind of bounce over the rest of the group. Whatever you all think.
Well, how about we do a job and then we'll ask you again, because we at least have to do 1.
My original suggestion was going to be we either do 2 to 3 jobs, or we do 1 to 2, depending on how soon you want it. Depending on how soon you wanted to get there. But you're unsure. You could start with 2, then go from there. Paradise Peak is not the only place where Guild Board exists. There are many smaller islands and dwellers that house guilds and guild houses that we can check in on those, as well as bounty boards for those who wish to add more potential gold to our hunts. So where would you like to go in terms of direction? You know for a fact Paradise Peak will have jobs ready for you. If you would like to take the battleship route. I don't know how far your knowledge extends to your Brotherhood connections, Mustang, but I know that there is a number of their own dwellers that recently come by Paradise Peak, might be around in the area. I know a number of chain collector vessels as well, and their previous head. So where would you like to go first?
Does anyone have any strong feelings at all? That seems like a no. Okay.
I
Well,
mean,
oh, go ahead.
ooh, leader. No. This
Oh,
this
quit
is
that.
this is the time where the leader makes the decision.
Well, if I'm being pragmatic about it, like you said, the more jobs you do as a vassal, the more your reputation increases, the more money you make, yada yada yada, so on and so forth. I think if we're just going to be doing any old job willy-nilly, it would make the most sense to do the one with the highest opportunity cost. I think increasing y'all's reputation as a vassal, it's only going to help you. It's not going to hurt you. Thoughts? Feelings? Is this the fate of a leader?
No.
Stand in
This is great
silence?
logic.
Welcome to the shit show. I do agree. Going back to the island, even for re-evaluation alone, would probably be smart. I don't know how powerful all of you were before we started journeying together, but I know after Mimic Island you had reawakenings. So if you all did substantially, or even by a little margin, increase in what you can do, the higher rank, the better jobs. And I know only Duradon here is probably accurate to what his last reading was.
I think it's settled then. We'll set a course for Paradise Peak so y'all can be reevaluated and we can see what juicy little treats we got waiting for us.
Mammoth, Kipley.
Yeah, that works for me.
Kipley's head's kind of ducked down a bit. Her eyes just kind of watching, bouncing between everyone. And she just kind of gives a little nod.
Right. Destination of Paradise Peak it is. I think we'll be back slightly faster than how long it took to get here because of all of our obstacles. However, I will keep all of you informed. At this point, it's roughly 11 in the afternoon, getting close to 12. You see Zarish kind of looks at the window and goes, would you like to set off now? Or is there anything that you would like to do on the island before we leave? Or anything you would like me to do for you on the island before we leave because of prior incident?
I'm all good. So unless Mammoth really wants Pork Cliff ice cream,
No, I'm sure any ice cream will be just fine.
Ghibli,
She shakes her head.
Duradon.
Dawn?
Fucking shit! I'm sorry. I
The
was
leader strikes again.
I'm sorry. I was muted. No, I'm good. All is fine. I have everything I need.
Very well. I'll have us ready to set sail in 10 minutes.
Mustang's hand starts to float over to the gold.
Cyrus snatches your hand in the middle of the air and goes, but I would like to use this opportunity to discuss, because it seems this is going past our previous agreement for a month, a potential pay raise as she slowly turns towards Mustang.
Are you the boss now?
I am not exactly unhappy traveling with all of you. But if we are going to be opening up and working together and taking on things that were far beyond what were previously agreed, I think a higher cut is in order. Don't you, fearless leader?
Oh my god. Yes, Zyrus, I suppose so.
Wonderful. I think I'll take this as an advance then. And you see as she starts sorting out the sacks of gold, all of you can go ahead and mark down 500 GP, except for Mustang, who can go ahead and take 250. Does that seem fair?
I don't think you'll like my answer.
I don't think you will like staying dead.
Yeah, that's
But
kind
I
of what I was
can
getting at.
revivify, and you can keep those lips sealed, so let's move on.
Yeah. Acted like I can't revivify too. And Mammoth can't revivify. He just starts kind of grumbling and before walking back to his place, and crossing his arms.
Who saves the spell slots for that? But
Save my wallet from getting too heavy too.
for the sake of sakes, I will first off ask if you guys would like to. Actually, I think we'll do a little bit of fun little descriptors for traveling, and we'll get back to Paradise Peak tonight before we end. Just for the pure honest truth of wanting to move forward in the campaign without having 7 days pass over 10 IRL weeks. It took you guys, I believe, roughly around 4 to 5 days to get here. I believe it took 4 days to get here. Go ahead and check my notes. Somewhere in between. But we're gonna go ahead and skip through majority of the encounters on the way back. I will ask though, for two of you, I don't care which two, you can decide amongst yourselves, to go ahead and roll 2d100s for minor encounters along the way.
Mammoth.
Obviously. Going to
Make
be
Mammoth roll
okay.
both of them.
Yeah, that sounds
two
wise.
different people. For the
Well,
sake of sakes,
then-
if someone
Mammoth
rolls a
and Mustang.
73 and a 1.
No. So as the fearless leader now, I am going to volunteer you,
shit.
Megan, to
Oh.
roll the second one.
96.
I would like to
Last
take
time
back
we
my
rolled
previous
in this
statement.
percentile, we got fucked.
Cool. Go ahead and roll the other one. Either Mustang,
Me?
Kipley, or Durdon.
Kipling.
Surely you don't roll 2 ones in a row. Oh.
A nice cool 30.
Since there's only 4 of you tonight, go ahead and roll me a d4, Kipley.
Oh.
Ooh, something's about to happen to somebody.
I'm not supposed to roll these, guys.
Oh, another one.
God damn.
I'm pretty sure I'm the one that rolled the Mimic of Islands coming at us.
You did. You did.
Just for
Luckily
future
with
reference.
Ryan this time.
My bad,
Julio.
gang.
My bad, gang. She. You make it 2 days into your journey. No worries. On the second night, late into the night, nothing happens. You continue on to your third day. On the third day, there is an unmistakable kind of froth around the ship that normally signals a larger either object, creature, whatever it might be, moving through the water at a rapid pace and at a quite large size. Mammoth.
Mm-hmm.
As you are kind of watching and just observing the sea, going throughout the day because you don't really have much else to do, you see splashes of orange in the water, and you can see the trail following the ship. In this large mass of kind of slightly tinted orange water and this massive kind of formation or silhouette, whatever this creature is, you go ahead and roll me a perception check. And you do have inspiration if you like to use it.
Sure, yeah.
Towards the end of the session, why not?
There we go.
Ooh, mama. Okay. 21. As you're kind of staring out, looking at this, questioning, you see a slight smile crosses your face as you recognize a familiar looking sea creature. With the distance that you're at from Paradise Peak and only being about a day and a half out from reaching its shores at a maximum, you're curious to see them this far out, but after remembering some of them expanded their territory after their main home and nest had gotten invaded. You are still nonetheless happy to see some Landsharkians enjoying a nice hot summer day out amongst the waves as they kind of swim around the ship through the use of speak with animals. You get the notion that these are different sharks from the ones that you talked to before. However, you get the notion that they are familiar with the story of what you have done. And because of that, you get to skip an encounter. As you move forward with your little sharky friends, you see at some point later in the night, you hear a large kind of bellowing moan off into the distance, and what sounds like thrashing of dozens of large shark bodies in the water. And while none of you can see much through color, you can see part of the water get rather dark off the off the port side of the ship. As you assume what could have been a large or huge creature seeking violence on the ship instead got a chummy demise. However, as most of these events have occurred with you being around Paradise Peak, is where you normally get the more intense rolls. For 96, as you approach with 1 day remaining in your journey, Paradise Peak within view, the water is calm and still. Not a lot of waves, nor current, nor sea breeze to carry you, or to thwart you, for that matter. But the waters itself seem to go completely dead. Still. Point where you don't see waves out for miles. The majority of you all kind of look around, trying to perceive if there's anything different or dangerous approaching you. As you carry on to Paradise Peak, you are not the ones to immediately encounter the next threat that is rolled on this table. But left in your wake, roughly about 30 to 40 miles on the opposite side of Paradise Peak, a ship slowly begins to freeze over. Crackling and sparkling ice covering the wood, the crew, the water around it. And slowly, unseen by the majority of those who both live on the peaceful island and are journeying heroes, greater threat begins to move towards the island. Marching along, old, dead bone, and a freezing crab. And with that information, I think we're going to end tonight's session there. As you will arrive at Paradise Peak next week. And we can have our re-evaluation exams there. And choose what jobs that you would like to go for in the future. Since we are going on like kind of a broad spectrum of what we're going to do, as always, I will provide free jobs that you can take for the quest board. They will be suited because you will be reevaluated beforehand, so they'll be suited for a little bit of a higher class. However, if you would like to do the Brotherhood shit, that is an option. Let me know either now or in the future sometime before next week, so I can prepare 6 different jobs for either the Flora Alliance or
Whew.
the Chain Collectors.
I know both of those guys.
You do.
I still
Not
think the
the-
vassal stuff is the best.
I will tell you, because it got brought up by Jared specifically, I have been working in a kind of faction bonus system that you do get more rewards and you do get more of kind of like a retainer for purchasing items, transportation, spell components, anything like that for vassalship quests going forward, that those offers will extend to brotherhoods as well. So no matter which you take, you will still gain benefit and you will gain standing. It just depends on what parts of the world and who you want as your allies. Because while having the sponsors and the Island of Paradise Peak as a home is certainly nice, the brotherhoods combined are about 30 times that population if you combine them all. So choosing singular powerful individuals to ally yourself with, or choosing kind of greater collectives depending on which brotherhoods you'd like to associate with, is completely up to you. Either way, you'll be rewarded. It'll just depend on which reward and which people you decide to go with. But yeah, don't
Much
forget
to
add
think
that
about.
gold. I almost forgot to add that gold to Zyrus' sheet as well. Jared, for both my memory and yours, because I have written down here, but I am sure that I will lose it. Go ahead. It's not something that you need to attune to. But go ahead and just mark down that you have Zyrus's guardian emblem.
Oh,
Zyrus Guardian Emblem.
Mm-hmm.
Going down there with the list.
You got a little prompt that said Zyrus will remember this. And you got a little reward for attempting to take a large stone pillar for her. Just in case you don't remember, and for those who don't know what it is, it can only be attuned to by a cleric or paladin, but 3 times per day, as long as Durdon is within 30 feet. If he were to suffer a critical hit, Zyrus can use her reaction to cancel it and turn it into a normal hit instead.
very nice.
But 3 times a day. Conditions set for both having a reaction and being within 30 feet. A small bit of bonus for a lot of damn work. I hope you guys enjoyed. I'm loving the growing complexity of this group as we continue to just see more fucking chaos go on. It was nice to not have to talk for so long, but I also got to the point where I was like, damn, we really go in full therapy mode tonight, huh?
You said roleplay session. We gave you roleplay session.
In no way, shape, or form am I going to be complaining about tonight. It was fantastic. I was just enjoying it while eating my imaginary popcorn so very much.
That's
The
so
fucking-
sad. You don't have real popcorn?
Oh, well,
Oh my god.
Damn,
damn.
what the fuck?
Jeez, can we...
first
It's
off,
not that deep, bro.
I felt, that felt
Megan,
pretty
that was
fucking
crazy.
deep. You poor son of a bitch with no popcorn.
That was so out of
Um,
left field.
I'm so sorry.
Megan is
I'm so
wild
sorry.
today. Also, was that like actual like woodworking in your background or something?
Yeah, what happened? Were you like whittling some wood? What the fuck was
What?
that?
Ash, and like I think maybe Jared noticed that like when sometimes we were talking earlier in the session, it sounded like there was like a buzzing or something behind you. That sounded almost like it was like cutting or
Wood
I don't
whittling.
know.
What? My cat was in my lap. Maybe she was purring or something.
That might have been
think
it.
you were purring.
That might have been it.
I'm
I
so
thought you were
sorry.
woodworking or some
I'm
shit. and I
so
was like,
sorry.
no, it's all
No,
good.
no.
It didn't
I just wanted
interrupt
to see what the
anything.
finished
I
product
just
was.
got to laugh. Yeah, I was gonna ask if some shit was going on, if like your husband was making something.
Oh my
You guys, like,
god.
did you bring enough for the class?
Look, y'all just need to like let me know because I can easily hit a mute button.
I mean, it didn't last for very long. It was kind of just like a, yes, Megan is a very multifaceted individual who also enjoys woodworking.
RP, carpentry,
Oh no.
gaslighting, all in the same place.
Oh no.
Oh,
We got a leader.
That was-
Also, shout out to Mustang.
my
Taking charge.
shadowy guy.
This
taking
is like the
lead.
absolute last thing he would have wished for himself. Like, you
Mhm.
guys have no idea. This is the very last thing that he would have ever wanted.
I could hear the desperation in Ash's voice when you're like, "Why me? Are you sure?"
Dude,
that sounded
guys
the
have
most
no
like,
idea.
"Please help."
No. Loving it. Mustang, dying on the inside. More than he already is.
You portrayed it very well.
Yay!
Oh, I skipped over that. Fuck, I apologize. Towards the end of that night and going on for all other nights as you continue your journey, Kipley slowly begins to realize more and more of what the curse bearer shifter means as your lack for the need to sleep kicks in. As you can now stay awake and do mundane activities for 4 hours and still gain the benefits of a long rest. You can still sleep if you'd like, but it's not required.
We're about to get really good at playing Dragon Chess together
You mean
for
dragons and
4
dragons?
hours every night. Yeah, we're gonna play Dragons and
Dragons
Dragons.
and
I'll teach you
Dragons.
Dragons and Dragons.
Dragons and dragons. With the expansion, more dragon. They added the gem ones recently. Good shit, gang. Oh, also, Ryan, please,
Yes?
please, if you can, message me or pin or reply to any of the images that you would like your awakened shrub to be, as it will sprout.
Oh yeah.
when we pick up next
Okay.
week.
Yay!
Bet.
Keep in mind, I will stand on business for
I
what
know
I
you
meant.
have veto power.
If you make it a thing of eldritch horror and
A
it
bush with
disturbing,
tits!
if you make it an Ash baby,
A bunch with
as
tits.
Ash
She said
has
it,
so
not me.
lovingly shared, I will burn it. I will burn it with no hesitation.
Oh,
I'll just
no.
buy another one, dog. I got 50 gold.
Yeah. I have 50 gold and the time to fucking wait. I'm just kidding, but send me of what you want for that, and I think we'll start off with kind of picking up a little bit of a recap for the few days of travel before we get into anything crazy on the
Hell
island.
yeah.
So that's gonna be fun.
hmm
I'm so excited!
I'm so worried.
That's why it's
Uh,
fun.
Also,
You-
no, shout out to Jared for being the realest of real motherfuckers out here. For
Dude,
straight up
he's so
calling
real.
mom and saying, I don't like babysitting your
I
kids.
don't wanna.
I
Mm.
no
I
no
don't
wanna
wanna.
this responsibility. This is too much. I'm not getting paid for this shit.
I
You
don't
gave me
wanna.
Hellions and I wanted Celestials.
It's like, hey, hey,
I love
hey, I
it.
don't know. I've been duped. I've been duped.
I've been had. You son of a bitch, I've been had. I like how you kept the theme though for both characters of even though they're mostly separate in goals and aspirations, both when even hinted at a future power source, were both like, so the people that are known as like straight myth and legend of this world who existed even before the gods. What happens if I beef with them? What
It's
I gotta
all.
do to throw hands with that fucker that sits atop that mountain?
Always being on site is a quality not of play of the PCs but of the player.
Oh, I
That's
know.
just that everything has to be on site.
It's just nice to see it carry on just for the curiosity of Duradon, for asking, can I? Not should I,
Mhm.
but can I?
Yeah.
As
Yeah.
every good pioneer has done.
He's not too far off from like everybody else. His impulses kind of take over. Also, Ryan,
Yeah.
when did you know? When did you know that Mammoth was just gonna be like ACAB? It's gonna be like, fuck the police.
I thought it'd be funny.
Your your
Well,
mother's
I wasn't
house
planning
caught
on it,
me
but that guy pissed me
so
off.
your mother's house caught me so off guard. Just because Mammoth hasn't said anything that like that before, I was just like, damn.
Mustang is such a good
I'm
role
young and
model.
impressionable.
Yeah, no, you played up the impressionable part real
I,
well
wa-
because
I had no intentions of doing it, but then like Homeboy could not take a joke like at all, and I was like, okay,
no,
and so
that
I
was
had to throw
funny.
some sass at him.
That was funny.
That
Let's
shit was
all
hilarious.
just be very happy that Megan had a mass charm prepared and we didn't read the text until after we started
Yeah,
talking.
thank fuck.
Yeah.
Ripley saved the day again.
That,
No, Kip's
Kip
just
was-
made it worse.
no.
It would have been worse if
Please.
Dom would have read the thing, but he didn't. So, like, net
True.
gain. And now we just know we can't do that again.
You
Yeah, that's
can.
true.
You just have to be quick and concise with what
It
you're
just
doing.
it won't go as well as it did, and it won't be as funny because we won't be able to say as many things.
Let me be clear. I was very happy to run with it when I heard charm because let chaos reign. I am the fucking one who created the Monarch of Mischief. I got a little in me. But when I read it afterwards,
little in me.
I was like, I at some point am gonna have to stop because it's only like 12 seconds and I've been talking for like 20. So so I'm gonna have to give some sort of warning. Oh no, but that was fun.
I
That was
think it'd be
fun.
really dope if the Monarch of Mischief was just like, hey, Kipling, that shit was so awesome.
It was
I'm gonna make
gas.
this shit longer for you. That shit was gas. I'm gonna make this shit longer for you.
That's probably what
Hey.
happened. That's probably what happened. Monica
Shout out
Mischief
Monarch of Mischief.
sitting at home with her fucking TV, flipping for channels, and then seeing Kipley do that and going, ooh, ooh, I gotta help out my number one supporter.
Big
My
ups,
number one
Monarch of
donator.
Mischief.
Oh.
You
But
said
I
you know
will.
the rules.
I will ask to be certain so I know which to prep after the jobs, whether guilds, brotherhood, illegal, whatever you choose.
It's legal.
Which also I will mention, if you choose to go the illegal route, faction shit will still go there because you already did one job for Vince. So if you continue to do that, it will build up. Just because that doesn't seem fair for you to lose out on benefits for doing something that's still really good, but just not for the guild. So if you want to go full legal, you can. But Ravinica is the next kind of major step that you guys are looking to go towards. Plot-wise.
Yeah, unless it pulls like a briar and we find out someone's got like a kid, then I think that's probably the direction we're gonna go.
Mustang, you are not the father. For obvious reasons.
And you see, he just start get up and yelling and like dancing around the studio, just like in
Your Honor,
Mari.
die, Millie Rock.
Angry dust cloud noises as subtitles.
Yeah.
This little dust devil just shuffles off screen.
There's a camera that's just a magical scrying lens
It
that's
follows
just
it.
following you.
God, how I want that so bad. I
You
will.
can make it happen.
Oh, I already have. Out of character, the fucking vassalship tournament is broadcasted not worldwide, but like
Island-wide.
Brotherhood-wide. No, Brotherhood-wide.
Brotherhood-wide. Damn, everybody and their grandma be knowing.
Yeah, at least of those who partook in these recent ones.
What?
Nami.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense for the sponsors to be advertising it in such a way of like kind of like the Helldivers-esque mindset of like,
Oh,
you
yeah.
too, random civilian, can join this league of prestigious warriors who gain these massive benefits and get to meet these very important people.
Cut to Percy just electrocuting everyone.
And then, yeah, they did get caught in like national television of like the moment where the camera cuts and I'm like, cut the fucking tape. And they put it on afterwards. It's like the fucking, they're wiping like oil off of ducks kind of event where everyone's getting revivified and everyone's wet and soaked. Yeah. Yeah, they definitely cut out the part where Evelyn saved your asses by teleporting you out of there. That's that's a funny image.
I'm trying to deduce based off of Megan's noises of bringing up the Florist Alliance if she's like okay with them and excited, or if she's like beefing with them.
Mm-hmm.
We need a Megan noise detector in here.
I
Just
need
a
more
meter
context.
that goes towards like happy, concerned, pissed, / gone into oblivion. I do love ever so sassy Kipley just laying down heat every 2 seconds. Just
I'm like, unprovoked.
literally just after you say something that's like either nice or like you think that was it, you'll just drop another banger out of nowhere and it's just like damn.
What? She was
Damn,
being nice
Dan.
all night.
I don't know about that.
I don't know.
Yeah.
All night. It definitely had its moments of niceties, but the Durdon conversation was so much fun for it not being nice.
Wow.
I feel like that was like a typical Duradon Kipley interaction.
Oh no, but I love the "you gonna buy this kid fucking ice cream" line. That was great. With all the money that I paid you, you're gonna buy this kid some fucking ice cream.
Somewhere.
The head.
Yeah, somewhere on the streets of Portcliff, a head rolls down a sidewalk.
Yeah, that was an interesting bit to let that head roll.
That's what we're all.
I mean, you had me.
I was thinking that
concerned-
same fucking thing.
You had me concerned with the whole vassalship line because Dom was like so down, dirty and ready to be like, "Oh, we throwing this vassalship token down. Consequences about to be fucking had. Let's go." And then we had that fucking 9-minute back and forth explanation.
Yeah,
Because
sorry. No, she
I-
knows how important that fucking
Oh,
token
no.
is.
It was just Dom is so dead, tired, and drained that I missed out on the full context, and I just got excited and missed like 90% of what was said except for you drop everything.
Sorry.
But yeah. I forgot to describe where that crow went, but I think it's better left as a mystery.
It's a rich
With the
crow.
burden.
It goes to Ravinica. Child support going to the bone mother. Oh, that'd be a funny delivery system. Warlocks gotta pay their patrons for spells, and just random birds and shit come and pick it up. Write down new idea. But I will also ask, while I have everyone here, Ryan.
Mm-hmm.
Like how you muted first before saying. I was like, oh no, bad timing. During this journey, and because you were the one that rolled the 96, would you like to have the next solo session? As we have a lot to get to for Mammoth's progression, both for the shrub and for some interesting shit that's gonna need to go down over this next 4 days of travel.
Yeah, I'm down.
Hell yeah. Just message me whenever you have the time and availability. Obviously, I'm gonna be most likely either on weekends or on Wednesdays. That's kind of like my only days right now because I have
Yeah,
to.
Wednesday works.
Ash is seething.
Oh no. We'll wait for a weekend then.
No. It's fine. Cause like work on the weekends too, so
Either way,
No.
let me know what works for you, and we'll
Okay.
figure out a day either this weekend or the week coming up for that.
well, if you guys do it on Saturday, I could probably go.
Saturday would be the only day I could on weekends because I have a Sunday game with Jared.
Saturday work.
Mayhap.
Wait, that's tomorrow, right? Or like next Saturday? Either one's fine, but
Yeah, I think either one could work.
if
Let me
you need
know.
like, if you want more time to like plan shit out or something like that, I don't
need
mind
it
waiting until
prepped.
next week.
I already have it prepped.
Oh.
I had it prepped
Sheesh.
like last week, but I was more doing mental math if I had anything this weekend as I was saying it out loud. But I think I can make time.
All right.
Good shit.
Are you guys doing it tomorrow?
I think so.
Believe.
We'll have.
No, I need to plan. I gotta plan ahead because I gotta make sense of work and stuff.
You have more ASMR Dom tomorrow night at 8 p.m. EST for the Mammoth special. Which, okay, so
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna have to listen back to the recording, of course. But was there ever moments where I cut out? Or did you hear?
I
for,
don't
like,
think so.
the most
I
part.
think it just
No.
sounded like sometimes you were kind of like we could tell you were really close to the mic. And
Yeah, it was either like
Wh-
eating the
okay.
mic
Make sure that-
or a little
Was it too-
far.
Was it too bad? Like too close to the mic?
No, it wasn't bad. I don't think so.
I think when I
The only,
initially
like-
said it.
Yeah, that was the only time
When you say you
I
could
noticed
feel
that was
it?
different.
Was that the description?
Well, that's not what I meant.
It got really close.
Oh, fuck.
Oh my god.
Thank you, Megan.
Damn.
Okay.
I'm sorry. That's what I'm
All right,
here for.
I'll-
I'm here to make things really uncomfortable.
No. That's what we all here for.
I said the only thing you've done is give me a giggle.
Yeah, if
Yeah,
we have
giggle.
one job, it's create chaos, dirty jokes, and randomly make deals with dead people. Okay, I'll have to find a good distance and volume then going forward, because I don't think anyone heard me typing and or clicking, which is good because I didn't
Nope.
see my mic lighting up. but
Yeah,
I'll
I
have
did
to
not.
check back in recording again to make sure. So let me know when you post that, Megan, so I can skip through and
Okay.
peruse. I'm also very worried that I'm gonna be more quiet and I'm just gonna be like killing myself listening to ASMR version of me. I already don't like listening to my voice, but listening to the you see the captain of the guard approaching you. I'm dying on the inside.
You
Well,
gotta get one of those like left and right ear mics and just like switch
yeah.
between it
Will you
all
talk-
session long.
Will you talk over in this ear and then you switch over to this ear? And
Yeah, exactly.
I think I can
It
do
gives
that
it
right.
dimension.
I can do that right now because there's settings on my mic that allows it to have directional or omnidirectional for sound cues for picking it up.
mine has no. Yeah, mine does that.
So I think I could. Will I? No, but I can.
Yeah, I was gonna say, please don't. I think I'd hate that a lot.
No, I think I've only ever had to do like a hush or like ASMR tone one other time, and that time was so bad. Because for those of you who know Grim, remember
Oh.
the campaign, all he kept saying was, because it was also, we were in a lounge, so I had, oh, I know, it was 2 times, because I did it in past Friday campaign as well with Jared. I did it 1 time in a lounge with like sexy jazz music going on in the background, and one of the other players asked if I was trying to seduce them, and in Monday campaign, Grim asked if I was trying to come on to him as well. So it's not.
Was he being
I don't have
serious
a
or?
good track record. No, it was joking, of course.
Okay, I was just
but
making sure. I was like,
I
huh,
don't have a good
that's
track
kind of
No.
record.
crazy.
No, and Friday Prius, I think it was fucking Zarek or whatever his name was. That was like, this vibe that you're giving off is very. I don't know. I forget if he said seductive
It's
or like.
sultry as hell.
Well, sultry, yeah, I think it's sultry. No, sultry was not the word he would ever use.
I have
That's
that
above his
vocab.
vocab, yeah. But, yeah, okay. I'm gonna have to figure out so I don't have to eat the mic
Yeah.
or have any of that shit happen again.
Good luck hearing it over the whittling.
I'm seriously, I don't think it was your cat. Like, go back and listen. I'll try and once you post it, I will go back because I know around what time of the session it came at. It sounded like there was some sort of sanding or
Yeah, you gotta clip the
something,
wood whittling.
but
What?
it sounded like far enough in the background that it wasn't you.
Could
or
it
it's
have
like something else
possibly
in your
been
room.
like distant coughing?
No.
No.
It sounded like vibrating or like like the sanding of something.
Fuck me, I don't
Maybe
know.
maybe a cat toy. I don't know.
No. No, I don't know. Maybe there's like a ghost in my house.
You know, maybe it was
Somebody getting murdered with a
Megan
chainsaw.
vacuuming the lich.
Oh,
Maybe we got the Dyson in there.
Damn.
Oh, well, good RP session, everyone.
thanks again,
Glad we had
Dom.
fun.
That was
Yeah, thank you.
saucy.
Thanks
Yeah.
for
That was good.